Good morning, everyone. I was not aware that Ms. Nkaba is not in court. Does anybody know where she could be from the defense? Ms. Nader Chetty, did you get a message? No. Right, I'm going to take an adjournment. I take it you have her cell number. Maybe just inquire whether there's a particular problem. And then, if there is a problem, can the parties just inform me in chambers? If not, then she might be in the parking area on her way. Just let me know the moment we're ready to start. Thank you. All right. The witness is still under oath. Welcome back, Ms. Sonneborn.
Thank you, my lord.
Just give Ms. Nkabai an opportunity to catch her breath. She came to see me in chambers and apologized, which I've accepted. Sergeant, just to remind you, you're still under oath.
Verstaan jy dit?
Understood, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. You may take it away.
Thank you, my lord. Morning, Sergeant Fortuin.
Goedemorgen, Sergeant Fortuin.
Goeiemôre mevrou Nkabai.
Morning, ma'am.
In your evidence, you testify that Captain Lombard made you the leader or told you that you are going to be the leader of the interviews. Is that correct?
En u getuienis getuig is dat kaptein Lombard het die vir u as 'n leier aangewys of u was 'n leier gemaak. Kan u dit bevestig?
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
But you didn't tell the court that when he was giving evidence.
Maar kaptein Lombard het nie daaroor getuig by die hof toe getuig het nie.
Captain Lombard as well as this witness.
Yes, Ms. Nkabai, Captain Lombard's evidence was that he asked Sergeant Fortuin to be the lead in the interviews. The reason for that is that he had to shuttle between the different interviews and to follow up on whatever information comes from the interviews. So it was in fact this evidence. Maybe not in the same words, but the gist of it was that. That's how I understood it.
My lord?
But you can clarify it with a witness.
Yes. In my notes, Mr. Lombard's testimony was...
En my aantekeninge, kaptein Lombard se getuienis is soos volg.
We divided the interviews into three.
Ons het hierdie onderhoude
Into three groups.
die onderhoude
And
in 3 groepe
Sergeant
opgedeel.
Fortuin was in the group that was interviewing accused number 2.
En Sergeant Fortuin was by die groep wat die onderhoud met nommer 2 gevoer het.
That's how I understood.
Dis hoe ek het verstaan het.
Eerlik kan nie mooi die vrou hoor nie, want die defensie en die tolk praat oor mekaar eerlik.
My lord, I cannot hear the question because the defense is an interpreter are talking at the same time.
So, Mr.
Over
Yankees,
each other.
Mr. Yankees, just wait for Ms. Nkabai to finish, and then you do the interpretation.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you. Can you repeat, Ms. Nkabai?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Lombard, in his evidence in chief, he didn't mention that he appointed you to be the leader of the interviews. What he said before this court is that he divided the interviews into 2 groups, into 3 groups, and you were in the group that was interviewing accused number 2.
No, Ms. Nkabai. Just want to find his evidence in chief. Right.
My Lord, I can leave this question for now.
Just one moment. I'm at the place where that started. Yeah. The interviews of the two male persons, I'm going to paraphrase, would take place in two different offices. He was moving between the two offices, and Sergeant Fortuin would lead the interviews. I'm referring to the evidence in chief.
Thank you, my Lord. I don't have that part in my notes. Thank you, my Lord.
Yeah. And he explained in cross-examination as to why he made that decision. Remember, after he finished the evidence on the Thursday, on the Friday morning, I started with the issues to be determined. And then he gave further testimony about that. I know it also came out in cross-examination, but that's how I have it. That the decision was made for this witness to lead.
Thanks, my Lord. You testify that before you started with the interviews,
Dit is die getuienis wat al voor u begin het met hierdie onderhoude.
you asked him whether he had any injuries.
Het vir hom gevra of hy enige beserings opgedoen het.
Is that correct?
Regso.
Edele, ek het voor ek met die formele onderhoud begin met die edele,
My Lord, before I started with the formal interview,
het ek die beserings gesien op sy elleboog en op sy arm, edele.
I saw the injuries on his elbow as well as
Arm.
Remember, we're now talking about the evening of the 4th, so that it's not confused with the interview you had when you took the warning statement on the 6th.
Correct, edele.
Are we going back to the 4th? So that will be 11 roundabout there.
Correct, edele.
Just so that we're on the same page. Yes, thank you.
And he also told you that his leg is swollen.
hy het ook vir ek gesê dat sy been ook geswel is of opgeswel is.
Ek kan nie onthou dat hy gepraat het van sy been nie, edele.
I did not remember that he made mention of that, my Lord, of his leg.
In my notes from your evidence in chief,
En my aantekeninge vanuit die getuienis in hoof,
if I'm wrong, you'll correct me.
indien ek verkeerd is, sal vir my reg help.
I asked him whether he has any injuries.
Ek het vir hom gevra of hy dalk enige beserings het.
I could, no. I could see injuries on his arm and elbow.
Ek kon beserings sien op sy arm en sy elleboog.
He also mentioned that
Hy het ook gesê
his leg was swollen.
sy been is geswel.
Was this your evidence in chief?
Was dit die getuienis in hoof?
The note, the witness's evidence was, just before the interview, I asked him if he has injuries. He said, elbow and arm. I asked, how did he sustain it?
No. The witness also said, and his leg was sore.
Yes. That came later, my lord.
Yeah, no.
But it was reported to.
I've added it in, but at some stage, the accused would have told him that his leg was sore. Remember, I explained yesterday how I take my notes.
Yes, my lord.
So that
I've
it
also
follows.
gotten a scratch and sore.
So what I have in there is, I wrote, he indicated elbow and arm injuries, and afterwards I put a plus sign and say leg sore. So Mr. Kabai is correct. He did say that he was informed that his leg was sore.
Eerder die besering op die been het ek nie gesien nie.
My lord, the injury on the leg I did not see.
Hy het my ingelig daarvan, maar die beserings op die elleboog en arm het ek gesien.
He informed me about it. However, the injury on the elbow and the arm, I saw that.
Did you make any arrangements
In it,
for my client to be taken to district surgeon for examination
any reëlings getref
or
dat
treatment?
any reëlings getref dat my kliënt na distrikgeneesheer toe gaan neem vir behandeling.
Eerder die beserings was nie van ernstige aard volgens die beskuldigde nie.
My lord, according to the accused, those injuries were not of the serious nature, my lord.
Hy het my nie gevra om vir hom na 'n district surgeon toe te vat nie, eerder.
He did not ask me to take him to the district surgeon, my lord.
Ek het ook nie waargeneem dat hy pyn het nie, eerder.
I just observed that he had pain, my lord. He was in pain, my lord.
Sergeant Fortuin,
Sergeant Fortuin
you were the interviewer,
het onderhoud met hom gevoer.
and in front of you there is an interviewee
Voor u sit die betrokkene
who has injuries.
met beserings.
And as per your evidence, you could see that he was in pain.
En soos per u getuienis kon u sien dat hy in pyn is.
Mr. Kabai, he specifically said that he did not observe that he was in pain. He could not see that he was in pain. That was it. He just said that. I did not observe that he was in pain. But you, the point is, forget about the pain now. He indicated that he was injured.
Correct, eerder.
He indicated he had a sore leg,
Correct, eerder.
although you didn't see that injury.
Correct, eerder.
So the question was, he is being interviewed, and I'm going to add on to Mr. Kabai's question. This is a person who is a person of interest. So you are suspicious of the person.
Correct, eerder.
Correct, my lord.
Did you not see the need out of your own to first attend to his medical condition for treatment or an examination?
Nee, eerlik.
No, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Are you aware that my client has a right to medical treatment?
Is die bevestiging van dat my kliënt het,
The right to medical treatment.
of die reg tot mediese behandeling?
Eerlik, elkeen in ons land het die reg tot medical treatment, eerlik.
My lord, everyone in our country has got the right to medical treatment, my lord.
I'm asking now the one who was before you for an interview.
Ek vra rondom die een vrou voor u.
I'm not
Wat
asking
as-
about anyone in the country. I'm asking about my client who was in front of you and who told you his feet is swollen.
Die persoon voor u vir 'n ander rond. Ek stel nie belang aan enige ander persoon in die land wat reg het tot mediese behandeling. Ek vra vir u oor my kliënt voor u wat vir u bewus gemaak het dat hy 'n besering opgedoen het.
Ek het nog nie gehoor of die defensie dat sy voet was seer gewees of. Ek het nog nie mooi gehoor eerlik. Was dit sy been of sy voet?
I didn't hear what the defense said. Was it his leg or his foot that was
That's
sore?
not the question. The question is whether you are aware that the person being interviewed by you has the right to medical treatment.
Korrek eerlik, ek weet dit eerlik.
Correct, my lord. I know that, my lord.
Why you didn't exercise this right?
Hoekom het jy nie direk uitgeoefen nie?
Eerlik, het nie aan my aangedui dat hy mediese treatment nodig het nie eerlik.
My lord, he did not indicate to me that he needed medical treatment.
Indien hy dit sou gedoen het, sou ek gesorg dat hy by die DG kom, by die district surgeon kom eerlik.
Had he had to do so, I would have made it necessary to take him to the district surgeon, my lord.
Yesterday in your evidence in chief,
Gister in u getuienis in hoof,
you mentioned something about standard policy of the SAPS that before someone
die maak beleid van die Suid-Afrikaanse standaard beleid alvorens 'n persoon
is taken to make a statement, is taken to a doctor first for medical examination.
geneem word om 'n verklaring af te lê, word daardie persoon na die dokter toe geneem alvorens vir mediese behandeling.
Dis in die geval van 'n konfessie eerlik.
That is in the case of the confession, my lord.
Yes, I'm asking in the question of confession.
Rechtsom, ja, in geval van 'n bekentenis.
Korrek eerlik?
Correct, my lord.
What happens if now this person has sustained some injuries?
Wat gebeur dan in geval dat hierdie persoon het sekere beserings opgedoen het?
In confession,
Dit is nou in die bekentenis. Tijdens die bekentenis,
Eerlik, daai beserings voor die confession en na die confession word deur die dokter genoteer op sy 88 eerlik.
my lord, pre and post confession, those injuries will be noted down by the doctor in the J88 form.
yes, let's say they're noted and the person is brought to the taking of the confession. Now he's having injuries. My question is, do you proceed with the confession?
Kom ons aanvaar hierdie persoon is na u toe gebring om hierdie bekentenis te maak of af te lê en hierdie persoon het beserings. Gaat hy voort met die onderhoud of wat gebeur in so 'n geval? Die persoon is toe hier by u met die beserings, is reg om hierdie bekentenis te bekom.
Eerlik, as die beserings van so 'n aard is dat die beskuldigde aandui dat hy kan nie voortgaan met die verklaring nie,
My
of
lord,
het enige
the
ongemak.
injuries as such of the nature that the person indicates that they cannot continue with the confession,
Wanneer die proses van die bekentenis gestop word eerlik,
and then the whole confession process is going to be stopped, my lord,
en hy moet ter dokter toegevat word eerlik.
and this person is going to be taken to the doctor, my lord.
You hold the rank of a sergeant.
Hy bekleed
Correct,
sy
ja.
rang van 'n sergeant. Correct, my lord.
So you're not a commissioned officer.
Korrek eerlik.
Is nie 'n vrederegter nie.
So you cannot lawfully take a confession
Korrek eerlik.
from
You can-
the suspect.
Jy kan nie wetlik op 'n kennis by 'n verdagte kom nie.
But if it's a statement, the normal statements where admissions are made, that a non-commissioned officer can take, is it the same procedure?
The same procedure.
Except the policy, as I understand it, doesn't prescribe that you have to first get the J88 pre and post.
Korrek eerlik.
But the same procedure applies. The person has injuries and needs medical attention that you would not proceed, you would rather first attend to that.
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
Thank you. Can I just take it one step further?
Yes, my lord.
Of course, it changes once a person has been arrested and is detained.
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
It's one of those rights that's guaranteed for detained persons.
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
You testify that you explained to my client his constitutional rights.
Dit is die getuienis dat ek my kliënt bewus gemaak van sy grondwetlike regte.
Dis reg ek het verduidelik wat ek vir hom verduidelik het eerlik.
That is correct. I explained to him, my lord.
At what stage
Op wat stadium
did you explain these rights to him?
het hy sy regte aan hom voorgehou.
Die eerlik, die tyd wat hy gesê het, ek moet vir Kelly vra eerlik.
The time when he informed me that I must go and ask Kelly.
Do you remember what time was that?
Onder hoe laat dit sou gewees het.
Die eerlik, dit kan ongeveer 11:30 gewees het eerlik.
My lord, approximately 10:30, my lord.
And you've explained before this court the rights you've told this court the rights you've explained to my client.
En iets verder over sê of ingeleg oor die regte wat hy aan my kliënt oorgedra het.
It was the right to remain silent,
Die reg tot stilswyge,
a right against self-incrimination,
die reg teen selfinkriminerende,
and a right to an attorney.
die reg tot regsverteenwoordiging,
Am I correct?
regsom.
Nie dieselfde woorde nie, maar basies dieselfde eerlik.
Not the same words, basically the same, however not the same words.
Do you confirm that these are the rights you've explained to my client?
Bevestig jy dat hierdie regte is die regte wat jy aan my kliënt verduidelik het?
Eerlik, ek wil net die vraag beantwoord eerlik.
My lord, I just answered that question now.
Dis basies die regte wat ek hom verduidelik het eerlik,
That is basically the rights that I informed him about, my lord.
maar nie in dieselfde woorde nie eerlik.
Not in the exact words, my lord.
And what were your exact words?
Wat was die presiese woorde?
Eerlik het gister vir die hof verduidelik met cross-examination van beskuldigde 2 en ook met cross-examination van beskuldigde 1 eerlik.
My lord, I explained it yesterday during the cross-examination for number 1, as well as the cross-examination on behalf of accused number 2, my lord. Jy mag maar daardie vraag antwoord.
Ek het vir hom gesê, jy het die reg om stil te bly.
I informed him that he's got the right to remain silent.
Enigiets wat hy sê kan teen hom gebruik word in 'n hof.
Anything that he says can be used against him in a court of law.
Jy het die reg tot 'n prokureur van jou keuse.
He's got the right to the legal representative of his choice.
As jy nie dit kan bekostig nie,
If he cannot afford one,
dan kan jy aansoek doen vir 'n regshulpprokureur.
he can apply with the legal aid For an attorney,
Dis 'n prokureur wat die staat vir jou gee indien jy kwalifiseer.
that is an attorney that the state provides you with, provided you qualify,
Of jy kan kies om vir jouself te praat.
or you can choose to defend yourself.
When you're explaining those rights to my client, where was Captain? I'm sorry.
At the moment, I just want to make a cross evidence where we testify to that. The other instances. Yes, thank you.
Oh, when you were explaining those rights to my client, where was Captain Lombard?
Waar is Kaptein Lombard toe? Is besig om hierdie regte aan my kliënt te verduidelik. Waar is Kaptein Lombard toe?
Kaptein Lombard was nie by my gewees nie, edele. Hy was nie in die kantoor nie.
Kaptein Lombard was not in the same office as I, my lord.
So you didn't explain these rights in his presence, in the
There are-
presence of Mr. Lombard?
Derhalwe ek nie hierdie regte en die teenwoordigheid van Kaptein Lombard verduidelik nie.
Nee, edele.
No, my lord.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Ja, op my reg indien ek verkeerd is.
When you were giving, when you were giving evidence, you said you explained these rights to my client in the presence of Mr. Lombard.
Tydens die getuienisaflegging het die verhof gesê dat hy hierdie regte aan my kliënt en die teenwoordigheid van Kaptein Lombard verduidelik.
Apologies, my lord, but that was not the witness's evidence. His evidence was that he explained. When Captain Lombard came in, Captain Lombard explained the rights again.
I'm looking at the notes. You would have seen that I made a cross-reference to the page number in my book. And I'm looking at the notes. And I don't see that he said that Captain Lombard was in the office at the time. However, if one followed the narrative as I wrote it down verbatim, he went through and then at my, so that started the explanation was my paragraph 82 in my notes in my book 3, page 197, follows through with him giving the narrative of what happened there, and then I come to page 200 in my book, at my paragraph 95, he says, Captain Lombard arrived. And that's when they went outside the office and he told Lombard what had just happened.
Thank you, my lord. I will rephrase my question.
So the context as I have it is that Captain Lombard was not in the office at the time. That's when he explained the rights. Of course, the rights were explained again at some other stage because now they've heard this, they then go to accused number one. This is the flow of the evidence as I have it. And then accused number one gets explained. And then the whole issue of Makalima arises from there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortuin,
Sergeant Fortuin,
I want you to make this clear to me.
maak asseblief die volgende duidelik aan my.
When you were explaining the constitutional rights to my client,
Toe u die grondwetlike regte aan my kliënt verduidelik het,
Was Captain Lombard in the office?
Was Kaptein Lombard in dieselfde kantoor?
You already answered the question. You
And what
said
was the
that
answer?
Captain Lombard was not in that office at the time.
Okay. Was there any stage
Was daar 'n stadium
when Captain Lombard saw you when you were explaining the rights to my client?
toe Kaptein Lombard vir u gesien het besig om hierdie regte aan my kliënt oor te dra?
Die edele,
My lord,
Kaptein Lombard was nie in die kantoor
Captain Lombard was not inside the office
toe ek beskuldigde 2 se regte verduidelik het aan hom, die edele.
when I explained accused number 2 it is constitutional rights, my lord.
Thank you.
Dank u.
I listened to your rights.
Ek het na die regte geluister.
There's a right you didn't explain to my client.
Dis 'n reg wat u uitgelaat het en nie aan my kliënt verduidelik het nie.
And that right is very crucial in the circumstances.
En daardie regte is baie belangrik onder die omstandighede.
You didn't explain to my client that he has a right not to be compelled to give evidence or statement.
U sê nie vir hom nie dat hy die reg om nie onder dwang of hy is verplig om 'n verklaring af te lê of enige ander getuienis te gee indien hy nie so wil hê nie. Hy is onder geen dwang, onder geen verpligting om dit te doen nie. U daardie reg uitgelaat.
Die edele,
My lord.
soos ek gister getuig het,
As I testified yesterday,
ek het vir hom gesê, hy het die reg om stil te bly.
I informed him he's got the right to remain silent
En dit behels ook die feit dat hy nie vir my enige iets gesê of antwoord nie, edele.
and that entails that he doesn't have to inform me anything.
A right to remain silent stands alone.
Die reg om stil te bly staan op sy eie. Dis 'n reg op sy eie.
When I'm arguing, I'm going to explain which section is right to remain silent
Tydens betoog sal ek na betoog en sê dat wat die artikel
and which section is the right not to be compelled to give evidence. These are two different rights.
spreek het toe, dis 2 verskillende regte, dat sal ek ook betoog en dan aan 'n hof voorhou wat die reg dan of wat die artikel dan te doen met die feit dat hy onder geen dwang om nou dan die eetsverklaring af te lê nie. Dit is 2 verskillende regte daar. Ek sal betoog later.
Do you have any comment of what the argument would be?
Nee, edele.
Nou, my lord.
I'll simplify my question to you.
Ek het my vraag vereenvoudig.
A right to remain silent
Die reg tot stilswyge
is different
verskil
to a right not to be compelled.
van die reg om nie geforseer te word om 'n eetsverklaring af te lê nie.
Ms. Sinkabai, is it a competent question that elicits a competent answer? Because what you put to the witness is to expect him to give a legal opinion. And his opinion will be inadmissible because he's not qualified as an expert in law. And even if he was, that's a question that must best be left for argument, and we can debate that, and I will make a ruling on it, in my view, what the position would be. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I will leave this part of questioning
Dankie.
for argument.
Ek laat dit daar gedeelte van my vraag sal ek dan daar uitlaat vir betoog. Ek laat dit af betoog.
My Lord, and with due respect,
Yes,
is Carol still sick?
Excuse me?
Is Carol still sick?
Do you want the interpreter to swap?
With due respect, my Lord.
With no reflection on Mr. Yankees, can we swap to facilitate?
Yes, my lord.
And then Mr. Yankees can take a rest. Whilst we have taken the pause for the interpreters to swap, I've noticed, and I forgot to place it on record this morning, that yesterday Ms. Smith was excused. She's back. But I've also noticed in the afternoon that I got the impression that she didn't leave the court precinct during the course of the day. Is that correct, Mr. Steveno? Thank you.
Sergeant Fortuin, I put to you. You said you explained constitutional rights to my client at about 10:30. I put to you that those rights were late. You have already violated them.
Sergeant Fortuin, u het gesê dat u met die se regte verduidelik, dat was omtrent so 10:30 se kant gewees, maar dit was al reeds laat gewees om hom te verduidelik, meneer.
Edele, op daardie stadium was beskuldigde 2 nie suspect of verdagte geweest nie, edele.
My lord, at that stage, accused number 2 was not a suspect, my lord.
Hy was 'n getuie / person of interest.
He was a witness, my lord, / a person of interest.
Toe hy iets noem van Kelly, edele,
When he mentioned something about Kelly,
het ek sy regte vir hom verduidelik, edele,
I explained him his rights,
sodat hy nie agterna kan sê as hy homself geïnkrimineer het,
so not to say later on when he incriminates himself,
dat ek nie sy regte aan hom verduidelik het nie, edele.
that I did not explain his rights.
I'll further put to you that when you were explaining constitutional rights to my client, he has already spoken.
Ek stel dit aan u dat die tyd wat u sy regte aan die onverduidelik, het al reeds gepraat of iets gesê.
And when he was speaking, you never warned him that whatever you tell me can be used against you in a court of law. Please keep quiet.
En die tyd wat hy gepraat het, u het nie van gewaarsku dat enige iets wat u sê gaan teen u gebruik word in die hof en u kan stil bly.
Edele, op daardie stadium het die beskuldigde hom nie geïnkrimineer nie, edele.
My lord, at that stage or that time, the suspect or the accused did not implicate himself.
En toe hy die eerste keer Kelly se naam noem, edele,
The first time or the time that when he mentioned Kelly's name,
het ek hom dadelik gewaarsku van sy regte, edele.
I explained his rights immediately.
It is not about one implicating himself. It's about safeguards. There are safeguards put in order so that someone can't even go there, can't even go to implicate himself.
Dat is van as 'n persoon vir homself in 'n bepaalde manier, maar as wel net as reëls wat daar gesit is vir sulke goed.
Do you have any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Geen kommentaar, edele.
No comment, my lord.
They were late and they were good as they were never explained to him.
Dit was laat geweest, was maar net so goed wel soos was niks wat dan hom verduidelik nie.
What is the question?
Wat is die vraag?
At that stage, 10:30, as you said,
Daai tyd, 10:30 soos u gesê het,
it was irrelevant for my client to appoint an attorney because he has already spoken to you.
dit was al reeds laat vir my kliënt op 'n prokureur te soek want hy het al reeds gepraat.
Question was asked and answered.
Was it, my lord, was it specific to the attorney or was just general to?
It was
I just want to know.
It was general, but I'm noting that it was asked and answered, and in any event, it's argument.
As the court pleases, my lord. You testify that you left accused number 1 and 2 at sea border when you made a follow-up on the information about Makalima.
U sê dat jy beskuldig om my 1 en 2 by Seaborder kantore gelos tydens u opgevolg het op informasie wat u gekry het op 'n Makalima.
Is that correct?
Is dit korrek so?
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
My client instructs me that that is not correct.
My kliënt se instruksie sê dat dit is nie korrek nie.
He was taken into a white polo car to go and point Makalima's address.
My kliënt se instruksies is dat hy was gesit in 'n wit polo motorvoertuig om Makalima se woonadres of adres uit te wys.
Dis nie korrek nie eerlik.
That's not correct, my lord.
He further instructs me that when you arrived, when I say you, the police, and my client, my accused number 1 was in another car.
Hy sê die tyd wat hulle daar arriveer het, toe die polisiebeampte daar arriveer het, beskuldig my 1 was 'n ander motorvoertuig.
Is that now at Makalima's address?
Yes, my lord.
By Makalima se adres.
What is your comment on this?
Nie korrek nie eerlik, onwaar.
That's not correct, untrue, my lord.
The police at the arrival at Makalima's place,
Die polisie die tyd wat hulle gearriveer het by Makalima se plek,
they broke the gate or the chain that was locking the gate of Makalima.
hulle het die hek of die ketting gebreek waar Makalima se hek ingeheg was.
Any comment with this?
Enige kommentaar?
Eerlik soos ek getuig het, was ek nie op die voorfront gewees toe die perseel gedoen was nie eerlik, so ek kan nie getuig of die hek gebreek was nie eerlik.
Kan jy net verraad die eerste woord ek nou nie mooi hoor asseblief?
Voorfront eerlik.
My lord, as I've said that I won't be able to comment of the gate being broken or the chain being broken because I was not in front.
Police officers went inside the house of Makalima.
Die polisiebeampte in die huis gegaan van mevrou Makalima.
They knocked,
Hulle het geklop
and the woman went out of this house.
en 'n vroumens het uitgekom uit hierdie huis uit.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Weerens eerlik, ek was nie op die voorfront gewees nie eerlik,
Once again, my lord, I was not in the forefront.
maar dit maak nie sin dat die polisie die hek sou oopbreek en klop aan die deur nie eerlik.
My lord, it doesn't make sense that the police will break the gate and knock at the door.
What doesn't make sense in that?
Wat maak nie sin in dit, meneer?
Eerlik as die softe proses soos om aan die deur te klop eerlik,
Kan u weer sê asseblief?
as die softe proses soos om aan die deur te klop eerlik,
At the soft approach to knock on the door, my lord. Sorry, I couldn't hear properly what the witness was saying, my lord.
dan sekerlik sal die polisie van buitekant die eer af die mense binne in die erf of woning se aandag probeer kry met 'n soft approach edele.
Surely, my lord, the police or the officials were trying to give the attention of the people from inside the house with a soft approach, my lord.
So dit maak nie sin dat 'n hard approach gebruik word vir die hekkie en 'n soft approach vir die deur nie edele.
So it doesn't make sense to use a hard approach by the gate and a soft approach by the door.
You've answered my question by saying you cannot comment because we're at the back. Now are you changing your answer or your response?
U het vir my geantwoord om te sê u het nie 'n kommentaar hier want u was in die voorkant gewees nie, maar u verander nou u antwoord. Verander u nou aan u antwoord?
Edele, ek lewer kommentaar op die suggestion wat die defense gemaak het van die entry gegaan is, en ek sê dit maak nie vir my sin dat as indien entry so gekry is, dit maak nie vir my sin nie, eerlik.
My lord, I'm making a comment on the suggestion or what was said by the defense that it doesn't make sense whereby the police gain entry by using hard approach or hard approach, my lord, and by the door use a soft approach, my lord.
But the real answer to the question is you didn't see what happened.
Correct, eerlik.
Correct, so my lord.
This woman was brought to the car where my client was being driven in.
Hierdie vrou mens was na die voertuig gebring waar my kliënt was in.
And he was asked, oh, sorry, you wanted to say something?
Check it again, my lord.
No, jy was I'm still,
Oh,
ek luister nog steeds na die vraag eerlik.
I'm still listening to the question, my lord.
This woman was brought to my client and the police asked my client, is this Makalima?
Hierdie vrou mens was na die kar toe gebring waar my kliënt in was. Hulle het gevra, is dit Makalima?
Ek kan nie kommentaar lewer want ek weet nie daarvan nie, eerlik.
I can't comment on that because I bear no knowledge of that, my lord.
This explains that my client was taken by the police to go and point out the address of my car.
Dan dit verduidelik dat my kliënt was geneem om Makalima se woonadres of adres uit te wys.
Eerlik, ons het na die adres toe gegaan op die verduideliking wat ons gekry het van die adres. Die beskuldigde 1 of 2 was saamgevat nie, eerlik.
My lord, we went to the address according to the instruction or the explanation that we got. No accused number 1 or accused number 2 went with or was with.
Are you okay?
No, I'm fine, my lord, I'm fine.
Thank you. You may proceed. That's just my medication.
Oh, all right. Thank you, my lord. Now, let us go back to the office you were taking my client to. I'll call this office the second office.
Laat ons nou teruggaan na die kantoor wat u my kliënt na toe gevat het of geneem het. Ek gaan nou hierdie kantoor noem die tweede kantoor.
It is my client's instructions that at the door, before you both entered into this second office,
Dit is my kliënt se instruksies dat by die deur voor beide van julle in die kantoor gegaan het.
he still insisted on his innocence, telling you it's got nothing to do with the disappearance of Joshlin.
Hy het nog steeds gebly by sy onskuldigheid dat hy weet niks van Joshlin nie. Sy verdwyning nie.
Eerlik, eerstens, soos ek getuig het,
My lord, firstly, as I've testified,
ek was nie alleen toe die beskuldigde omgevat was na die tweede kantoor nie.
I was not alone when the accused person was taken to the second office.
En dit wat nou aan my gestel word, het nie gebeur nie, eerlik.
And what I was told now, that did not take place.
When you are saying you are not alone, are you implying that other people you were with, they might have heard this?
As u sê u was nie alleen nie, wil u sê nou die mense wat saam met u was, hulle kon dit gehoor het?
Edele, ek was baie na aan die beskuldigde gewees.
My Lord, I was very close or near to the accused person.
Ek het hom ook nie vasgehou nie,
I also did not hold him.
maar ek dink as hy dit in 'n gewone stem sou gesê het,
Kan jy weer sê asseblief?
ek dink as hy dit in 'n gewone stem sou gesê het, Edele,
And if he said that in a known voice, or a recognizable voice,
en nie gefluister het nie,
and he did not whisper,
behoort ek te kan gehoor het hy het gesê, Edele.
I could have heard what he said, my Lord.
Are you implying that he might have said this, but he whispered in saying it?
Wel, u sê dat hy kon dit gesê het, maar hy het dit gefluister.
Possible but improbable, Edele.
Possible but improbable, my Lord.
You took him inside this second office.
U het hom ingeneem in hierdie tweede kantoor.
He was instructed to take off his t-shirt or sweater
Hy was dan gesê dat hy moes die t-shirt, die T-hemp of sy sweater uit te trek
and also his training shoes.
en ook sy training shoes, sy tikkies.
Onwaar, Edele.
Untrue, my Lord.
And on his arrival on the second office, he saw Mr. Appollis still hanging.
En die tyd wat by die tweede
Yes.
die tyd wat hy by die tweede kantoor kom, hy het gesien meneer Appollis nog steeds hang, om meneer Appollis het gehang.
Edele, ek is nou deur mekaar nou.
My Lord, I'm confused now.
What is confusing you, Sergeant?
Wat maak vir u die mekaar, meneer?
Gister was gesê dat die beskuldigde eers in die boardroom was, Edele.
Yesterday it was said that accused was first in the boardroom.
Hy is dan omgeneem na die kantoor toe, Edele,
He was taken to the room, my Lord, to the office, my Lord,
en is later weer teruggebring na die boardroom toe, Edele,
and was later taken back to the boardroom again, my Lord,
waar meneer Appollis was, Edele.
where Mr. Appollis was.
The way I understand the question is that earlier they were split up.
Correct, Edele?
That's correct, my
Appollis
Lord.
was in the boardroom.
Correct, Edele.
That's correct, my Lord.
So the suggestion is that he's now taken back to where Mr. Appollis was in the boardroom. So the second office, that's the boardroom.
Nee, Edele, soos ek het verstaan, is die second office die...
I'm not how you understand.
Oh, okay.
The question, the gist of this question, is that he's now taken back to the boardroom.
Verstaan, Edele?
I understand, my Lord.
And before I questioned you, I said, I will refer to the boardroom as the second office.
Ek voor u vir gevra het, ek het gesê dat ek gaan verwys na die boardroom toe as die tweede kantoor.
I'm sorry, my lord, but it was never said that the second office was going to be considered the boardroom. All that was said was, you took Steveno to the second office. She's going to call it the second office.
Yesterday, a similar question was asked, if not the same. And we've also clarified that what this combined means is the boardroom. So, the accused instructions are not what you said, is that he was then taken back to the boardroom.
Dan verstaan ek het, Edele.
Now I understand, my Lord.
So maybe when we refer to this place where alleged assaults and torture took place, as if we can stick with the boardroom just so that we're all on the same page all the time. Was he ever taken back there?
Was hy ook teruggeneem dan?
To the boardroom?
Na die boardroom.
Nie volgens my kennis nie, Edeling. Ek was heeltyd daarbo gewees.
Not according to my knowledge, my lord, I was always there upstairs.
But the accused says he was taken there, and when he got there, he saw Mr. Appollis was still hanging. Do you know anything about that?
Beskuldig sê dat hy was dan teruggeneem dan toe en die tyd wat hy daar gekom het, beskuldig met meneer Appollis, het nog steeds gehang.
Nee, Edeling.
No, my lord.
He took off his t-shirt and his training shoes.
I see.
After that, he was instructed to lie on the floor, on his back.
Hy was dan gesê dat hy moes sy teen uittrek, sy skoene aan sy tekkies uittrek en was dan gesê dat hy moes op sy rug lê op die grond.
Ek het dit nie gesien nie, Edeling.
I did not see that, my lord.
And this is now during the course of the night that you put in it?
Yes, my lord.
En dit was deur in die nag gewees.
He was instructed to fold his legs.
Hy was dan gesê hy moes sy bene vou soos die verdediging wys.
His knees against his chest.
Sy knie teen sy bors.
Any comment to this?
Enige kommentaar?
Ek het dit nie gesien nie, Edeling.
I did not see it, my lord.
So it's a similar position as was described to you by Mr. Harmsen.
In dieselfde posisie, min of meer dieselfde posisie wat aan u verduidelik was deur meneer Harmsen.
Ek maak so uit, Edeling.
I didn't understand, so my lord.
That was the same position, and I'm not going to repeat it as the court has put it to you. While he was hanging, he was assaulted repeatedly.
En die tyd wat hy so gehang het, hy was aan mekaar geslaan.
Weer eens, Edeling. Ek het enigiets soos dit gesien nie, Edeling.
Once again, my lord, I did not see anything of such.
He was beaten on his feet, on his knees.
Hy was geslaan op sy voete en sy knieë.
Dis onwaar, Edeling.
Untrue, my lord.
Did you see this?
Het u dit gesien?
Edeling, ek het nog net gesê dis onwaar, Edeling. Ek het dit nie gesien nie.
My lord, I just said now that it's untrue. I did not see it.
Just because you didn't see it, that doesn't mean it is untrue.
Net want u dit nie gesien het, dit beteken nie dit is onwaar nie, meneer.
Edeling, as ek reg verstaan, insinueer beskuldigde 2 dat ek in die kantoor was waar dit gebeur het, Edeling.
My lord, if I understand it correctly, where I was and accused number 2 that it did not happen.
Dis waarom ek kan sê dat dit nie gebeur nie, Edeling.
Hence I'm saying that it did not happen.
His head was covered with a plastic.
Sy kop was toegemaak met 'n plastiek.
He was sweating and suffocating.
Hy het gesweet en hy het gesmoor.
Weer eens onwaar, Edeling.
Once again, untrue, my lord.
Were you in the boardroom the time my client was brought there?
Was u in die boardroom gewees die tyd my kliënt daar ingebring was?
Eerlik, die tydlyn soos die defense nou verduidelik het eerlik,
The time that as the defense has now explained, my lord,
was beskuldigde 2 nie in die boardroom gewees nie eerlik.
the accused person was not in the boardroom.
I was not asking accused, I was asking you.
Ek het nie beskuldige gevra nie, ek vra vir u.
Were you in the boardroom the time my client was tortured?
Was u in die boardroom gewees die tyd wat my kliënt gemartel was?
Eerlik, as beskuldigde 2 volgens my nie in die boardroom gewees het nie eerlik,
My lord, according to me, if accused number 2 was not in the boardroom,
is dit onmoontlik vir my om daar te gewees het as hy gemartel was daar of enigiets eerlik.
it's impossible for you to be there and only to be there and to be tortured, my lord.
Want beskuldigde 2 was nie in die boardroom nie eerlik.
Because accused number 2 was not in the boardroom, my lord.
Are you speaking the truth when you say that?
Praat u die waarheid as u dit sê?
Korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
Why I'm asking you this question, whether you are speaking the truth, because my client will come and tell this court that he was tortured.
Die rede wat ek vir u vra, praat u die waarheid, want my kliënt sal kon sê dat hy was gemartel.
He will even demonstrate before this court how he was tortured in the boardroom. Sorry.
Hy sal ook verduidelik of wys in die hof hoe was hy gemartel gewees het in die boardroom.
Edelagbare weer eens. Beskuldigde 2 was nie in die boardroom gewees nie eerlik.
My lord, once again, accused number 2 was not in the boardroom.
Hy was in die boardroom toe ek daar aangekom het eerlik
He was in the boardroom when I arrived there,
en later is geskuif na die ander kantoor toe eerlik.
and later on he was moved or taken to the other office.
En dis waar hy gebly het volgens my kennis tot en met die onderhoude klaar was eerlik.
And that's where he remained or was until the time of taking of the confession, my lord.
My client instructs me that he never remained in the office you took him to.
My kliënt se instruksies is dat hy nie daar gebly nie na die kantoor wat u vir hom daar toe geneem het nie.
For the duration of the entire interrogation.
Hy het die hele tyd daar gebly nie die tyd wat hy ondervraag gewees het was.
After an hour or two,
Na 'n uur of 2,
he was taken out.
hy was uitgehaal.
In fact, you took him out to the other office,
Eintlik-
which it is known as the boardroom.
Eintlik u is die persoon wat hom uitgeneem het en vir hom gevat na die ander kantoor toe. Die boardroom.
Eerlik, beskuldigde 2 was nie in die boardroom gewees nie, hy was geskuif na 'n ander kantoor toe.
My
Beskuldigde 1 was in die boardroom eerlik.
My lord, accused number 2 was not in the boardroom. He was taken to the other office, my lord. Accused number 1 was in the boardroom.
Makalima was brought from his home to seaborder offices.
Makalima was geneem van die huis af na die seaborder kantore.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
Where was she taken to? Seaborder or FCS?
Want was sy geneem na die seaborder toe of FCS?
Seaborder eerlik.
Seaborder, my lord.
In the boardroom.
In die boardroom.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
With her children. Did you see her children?
Met haar kinders, het u die kinders gesien?
My client instructs me that Makalima was assaulted also.
My cliënt se instructies is dat Makalima was ook aangeraan of geslaan.
Weer eens, die edele, ek het niks van dit gesien, die edele.
Once again, my lord, I did not see such.
So you cannot dispute if it happened or it didn't.
So ek kan nie betwis dat dit gebeur of nie.
Die edele, soos ek gesê het, ek was heeltyd in die omgewing van die watervleuel, die seabode.
My lord, as I said, I was always in the area or in the vicinity of the sea border.
En indien het sou gebeur het, is die kans groot dat ek daarvan sou kennis dra, edele.
And if such happened, it's very huge that I could have known about it.
Are you saying you have no knowledge of it, or are you saying it didn't happen?
Sê dat dit gebeur of dit gesien of dra nie kennis van dit nie.
Ek dra nie kennis daarvan, ek het dit gesien, die edele.
I pay no knowledge of that, my lord. I did not see it.
At 10:30, when you were explaining to my clients his constitutional rights, did you make him to sign
Die tyd wat
SAPS 14A
die tyd wat u
at that time?
die tyd wat u my kliënt se regte verduidelik 10:30 het u laat maak om te teken die SAP 14A.
Die edele, ek het sy regte mondelings verduidelik aan hom, edele.
No, my lord, I explained his rights verbally.
Why you didn't make him to sign SAPS 14A?
Hoekom het u laat hom laat maak om te teken die SAP 14A?
Die edele, hy is 'n gearresteerde persoon, of hy word in aanhouding geplaas nie.
My lord, he was not a person that was arrested or being under detention, my lord, of under arrest.
Is that the reason why you didn't make him to sign SAPS 14A?
Is dit die rede wat u nou vir hom laat maak dat hy moet die SAP 14A laat teken nie?
Korrek, die edele, SAP 14A word uitgereik aan 'n suspect of 'n beskuldigde of iemand wat gearresteer word, edele.
Correct, so my lord, a 14A is given to someone that is a suspect or an accused person, my lord.
Around 2 a.m. or 2:30, if I'm correct, Mr. Lombard, he testified that he explained the rights, the constitutional rights to my client.
Omdat is so 2 uur se kant op 2:30, meneer kaptein Lombard sê dit my kliënt se regte verduidelik aan hom.
Did you witness this?
Het u dit gesien?
Die edele, daar is 'n tyd wat kaptein Lombard die regte aan beide beskuldigde verduidelik het, edele.
My lord, there is this time or stage whereby Captain Lombard explained the accused rights
In my teenwoordigheid, edele.
in my presence.
So the statement is that was between around about 2 o'clock, 2 hours.
Dit was omtrent so 2:30 die oggend.
Dis na Makalima se inbring, ja, edele.
Yes, my lord, it was after Makalima was brought in.
You are saying he explained them in your presence.
He said that they did verduidelik in u se teenwoordigheid.
Korrek, edele.
That's correct, my lord.
My apologies, my lord. I'm just wrapping up. Don't want to miss important issues. Covered. Yesterday, before I go there, my client instructs me that he doesn't know the exact time, but he suspects that he was at sea border offices after 4:30 to 5, or from 4 to 5.
My cliënt, I must say that hy was by die seeboorde kantore omtrent so 4:30, 5 uur se kant, maar hy is nou nie seker van die tyd nie.
This is the follow-up to this statement. Yesterday, I put an instruction to you that it was hardly a few seconds after he was at sea border, you arrived. I put that statement to you yesterday. Do you remember?
Gister ek het hierdie instruksies dat u gestel vir my kliënt dat net 'n paar sekondes nadat daar 24 uur aangekom.
Ek kon nou eerlik.
I remember that, my lord.
That was a slip of the tongue on my part. My client instructs me that it was not long when he was there, then you arrived, not a few seconds.
Dit was net 'n fout van my kant af gewees. My kliënt sê dit is 'n paar sekondes net nadat hy daar gekom het met u gereageer. Nie lang nadat daar was nie.
I just wanted to correct that.
Ek wil net dit reggestel hê.
Eerlik soos ek gister gesê het, ek weet nie wanneer die beskuldigde daar gekom het nie. So ek kan nie sê hoe lank na hy daar was het ek daar gekom nie eerlik.
My lord, as I stated yesterday, I don't know when the accused arrived there, so I won't be able to say.
But when you got there, he was there already.
Die tyd wat u daar gekom het, hy was al reeds daar.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
So it's possible that he wasn't there for a long time before you arrived.
So is moontlik dat hy was nie daar lank nie toe u gereageer het.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Can I take instructions from my client?
Certainly.
Before I release. Yes. Thank you, my lord. As I put it to you yesterday, my client feels that I must put it again to you, that the story of Makalima was prescribed to him.
Ek het dit ook aan u gister gestel, maar my kliënt sy instruksies weer dat dit aan u stel dat Makalima se storie, hy was voorgesê of hy was gesê om wat te sê.
Eerlik, soos ek gister gesê het,
My lord, as I said yesterday,
as ons informasie van Makalima gehad het,
kan u weer sê?
as ons die informasie van Makalima gehad het,
And if we had the information of Makalima
voor die onderhoude met die beskuldigdes,
before the interviews of the accused persons,
sou ons dadelik soontoe gegaan het,
we were going to go there, or we could have gone there immediately
voor ons met die onderhoude begin het,
before we started with the interview.
dieselfde soos ons met Owen gedoen het eerlik.
The same that we done with Owen.
Toe ons informasie van Owen kry,
When we got information of Owen,
het ons die onderhoude op hold gesit,
we made conduct an interview with him
om die informasie op te volg eerlik.
to follow up on the information.
And further to that, and in the boardroom, while Makalima was being assaulted, the police prescribed information to Makalima that was implicating accused 1 and 2.
In die boardroom self, en die tyd wat Makalima geslaan was, Makalima was gesê om beskuldig om 2, beskuldig om 1 en 2 betrek.
Edele, in die eerste plek
My lord, in the first place,
het ek nie gesien dat Makalima aangerand word nie.
I did not see that Makalima was assaulted.
In die tweede plek,
Secondly,
toe ek by die boardroom kom en wou ingaan die edele,
when I came to the door by the boardroom and I wanted to get inside,
of ek was binne, 'n tree binne en omgedraai en uitgekom die edele,
or I was inside, I was just a step inside and I came out again,
omdat ek gesien het kaptein Lombard is klaar besig daar binne.
because I saw or noted that Captain Lombard was already busy inside.
So ek het niks van dit gesien nie edele.
So I didn't see none of that.
Are you saying it didn't happen?
Sê dit het gebeur nie.
Edele, weer eens, ek het dit nie gesien gebeur nie edele.
My lord, once again, I did not see that occurring.
You testify that there was a stage when you and Mr. Lombard, you went out and you were making plans about the strategy. Which strategy are you talking about?
U het getuig om eet genoem dat is 'n tyd waar u en Captain Lombard uitgegaan het en gepraat het oor die strategie. Wat is daardie strategie was dit geweest, meneer?
Edele, ek sou gaan na beskuldigde 2 toe.
My lord, I'll go to speak or go to about accused number 2.
Ek sou hom vra,
I will ask him
of sê althans dat Kelly en Boeta hom nie gaan beskerm nie edele.
and told him that Buta and Kelly are not going to protect him.
Dat as hulle vir hom, dit is baie ernstige sake is edele.
And this is a very serious matter.
Yes, thank you. The witness is still under oath.
U is nog steeds onder eed.
Verstaan eerder?
Understood.
Thank you, my lord.
You may repeat that last question about the strategy.
Yes.
That's when I felt I was going to cough, so
Oh, sorry.
I had to go upstairs.
Thank you, my lord. In your evidence in chief, you testify that at some stage or at some time, you and Captain Lombard, you went out from the offices and you were discussing strategy. Which strategy?
Edele, ek en kaptein Lombard het gepraat met mekaar en ons gesê
My lord, myself and Captain Lombard, we spoke and we said,
dat ek sou na beskuldigde nommer 2 toe gaan.
I will go to accused number 2.
Ek sal vir hom sê dat Kelly en Boeta hom nie gaan beskerm nie, Edele.
I will tell him that Kelly and Buta are not going to protect him
Dat dit 'n baie ernstige saak is, Edele.
and that it's a very serious matter.
En indien hy konvik word op hierdie saak, Edele,
Can you hear say?
indien hy vervolg word op hierdie saak, Edele,
And when he's been followed or followed up on this matter,
staar hy maksimum tronkstraf gevangenis in die gesig, Edele.
and he's facing maximum imprisonment, my lord, when found guilty.
Ek het hom gesê, hy moet mooi dink voor hy praat met ons, Edele.
And I told him that he must think carefully about it.
En dat hy net die waarheid moet praat, dat ons met Joshlin kan kry, Edele.
That he must just tell the truth so that we can find Joshlin.
Yes, thank you.
When I listen to your statement, it has an element of threat. It has an element of taking advantage of my client because of his youth and vulnerability.
As ek na,
Of his vulnerability.
as ek nou na u luister op hoe u gepraat het, hoe u praat nie, dat u wat u gesê het dat 'n element van dreigement en u ook advantage geneem van my kliënt van sy swakheid.
Glad nie, Edele.
Not at all, my lord.
Did you have any information that made you to say to him that 1 and 3 won't protect him?
Het die informasie gehad van sê dat wiskundige 1 en 3 hulle gaan nie van beskerm nie.
Nee, nie die feit dat hulle my seun ook hier is, Edele.
Not the fact that they're a couple, girlfriend and boyfriend.
Let's leave their relationship aside. Did you have any information that they are not going to protect accused number 2?
Laat ons maar laat inkom dat hulle so 'n paartjie nie, het die enige informasie gehad dat hulle gaan nie van beskerm nie.
Nee, Edele.
No, my lord.
So your statement to him was unfounded.
So jy wat jy nou gesê dit was ongegrond.
Edele, my statement aan hom was gebaseer op die feit dat beskuldigde 1 en 3 my seun oukie is, Edele.
My lord, my statement onto him was based on this, that they couple, a boyfriend and girlfriend.
What you wanted to achieve from my client with this statement?
Wat wil u gekry het van my kliënt af met wat u gesê het?
Om te hoor of hy enigiets weet waar Joshlin is, Edele.
To hear whether he knows anything of where Joshlin is.
But that was not what you said in your statement.
Maar dit is nie wat u gesê het in u se verklaring nie, of wat u gesê het nie.
Ek het dit genoem aan nie aan hom edele.
I did mention that to him, my lord.
Back to the boardroom.
Terug naar de boardroom.
My client was told to go in front, to stand in front of Makalima.
In de boardroom, mijn claim was gezegd dat hij moet voor Makalima staan.
Edele, dis onwaar.
My lord, that's untrue.
And he was told to tell Makalima what the police officers has told him to say.
En hij was gezegd dat hij voor Makalima zei wat die politiebeambte op hem gezegd had wat hij moet zeggen.
Onwaar, edele.
Untrue, my lord.
Then he went and stand in front of Makalima and said the following words.
Hij dan voor Makalima gaan staan en de volgende woorden gezegd.
And remember, these words are not his. These words are the police words to him.
Je moet onthouden, dit is niet eigen woorden, nie, dit is die woorden wat ik van die politie gekry het of gehoor het. Makalima,
me and Buddha, we took Kelly to you.
Myself, ik en Buddha het vir Joshlin na u toe geneem.
I see my learned colleague is shaking the head.
Was taken. It was actually Joshlin, but the interpreter rectified it.
We took Joshlin to you.
Can I repeat this statement, ma'am?
Yeah, so I have it, Makalima.
Oh, can I repeat it?
You said Makalima, myself, and Buddha took Joshlin to you, but you used the word Kelly.
Okay.
But that's what you meant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kelly has asked Buddha to take Joshlin to Makalima. I went with Buddha.
Dit is die woorde wat my cliënt gesê het Makalima dat Makalima Kelly het vir Buddha gesê dat Buddha moet vir Joshlin na u toe bring en ek saam met hom gaan loop.
Onwaar, edele.
Untrue, my lord.
And at Makalima's place, there was a man with a red t-shirt.
En by Makalima se plek, daar was 'n mansmens met 'n rooi T-hemp.
Ek het nie 'n man met 'n rooi T-hemp gesien by Makalima se plek nie, edele.
I did not see a man with a red T-shirt at Makalima's house.
No. Don't get confused between the time that you were there.
U moet nou nie te mekaar raak met die tyd wat u daar was nie.
Well, okay, ek verstaan nie, edele. Dit het ook nie gebeur nie, edele.
Listen, Kabai's statement relates to something that would have happened in the boardroom that night of the 4th to the 5th. And the statement is, he said this to Makalima because the police told him to say this to her.
Dit is wat die
Verstaan nie, edele, dit het nie gebeur nie, edele.
understand, my lord, but that did not happen.
Number 3, that in the morning of the 20th, I came to you to ask for my card.
Can you please repeat that?
The following morning, I came to you to ask for my card.
Die volgende oggend, die 20ste, ek het gekom om my deel te vra.
All this statement was the police story.
En al die woorde wat hy gebruik het, dit is wat die polisie vir hom gesê het.
Onwaar, edele.
Untrue, my lord.
Then Makalima replied,
Dan Makalima het geantwoord,
Steveno, how can you do this to me?
Steveno, hoe kan jy dit aan my doen?
Even this you didn't hear or didn't say?
Het jy dit ook nie gehoor of gesê nie?
Dis onwaar, edele.
Untrue, my lord.
At that time, Makalima was crying.
Daai tyd Makalima gehuil.
Ek het dit ook nie gesien, edele.
I also did not see that, my lord.
You told this court that my client was taken to a car after the interviews. What kind of car was this?
Can you please repeat that?
My client was taken into a car after the interviews. What kind of car was this?
U het gesê dat my kliënt was geneem na 'n voertuig toe, na die onderhoud. Was dit 'n voertuig wat my kliënt na te geneem?
Edele, ek getuig dat die beskuldigdes was na voertuig toe geneem
My Lord, I testified or I said that the accused persons were taken to motor vehicles
op opdrag van kaptein Lombard.
upon the instruction of Captain Lombard.
Ek het nie na die voertuig toe beweeg nie, edele.
I did not go to the motor vehicles, my Lord.
Ek het op na die gras toe gegaan en gaan rus daar, edele.
I went to the grass to relax there, my Lord.
You don't know what kind of motor vehicles were these?
So, jy weet nie wat soort voertuig was dit nie.
Ek het nie gesien wat 'n voertuig hulle geklim het nie, edele.
I did not see what kind of motor vehicles there were.
And that was the last time you had a contact with my client.
En dit was die laaste keer wat u in kontak was met my kliënt.
Vir daardie oggend, edele.
For that morning, my Lord.
And the other days?
En ander dae?
Edele, ek het hom vervoer van Seaboorde af na St. Helena by polisiestasie toe later die dag.
This is after the statement that was taken by
Correct, yes.
Jacquen, or Jacquen, yeah, or Jacquen, or the other, or Clark.
Ek dink dit is na Clark gewees, edele.
My Lord, I transported him from Seaborder officers later the day, my Lord, to St. Helena Bay, my Lord. I think that was after Colonel Clark interaction with him, my Lord.
Was that the last contact with him?
Was dit eens die laaste kontak gewees met hom?
Negatief, edele.
Negative, my Lord.
And when did you see him again?
Wanneer u weer vir hom gesien?
Ek het hom een keer gesien by die brandweer, edele.
Brandweer. I once saw him again, fire station, my Lord.
Dis toe hulle vervoer word tronk toe, edele.
That is when they were transported to prison.
Warning statement on the 6th. Who took the warning statement?
Ek het nog maar een se warning statement gevat, edele.
Oh, you
It
did.
was Sergeant Johnson, my Lord.
Yeah.
I took accused number one's warning statement.
Yeah.
Ek het hulle ook in die hof gesien, edele.
I also saw them in court.
En dan was daar een keer in Mamasbury toe ek vir hulle uitgeboek het by die tronkie, edele.
And once again at Malmesbury prison when I booked them out.
Toe Pops vir hulle gekry daar en vervoer het hof toe, edele.
And when Pops got them there and took them to court, my Lord.
Dis maar nog meer die kere wat ek vir hom gesien het, edele.
That's more or less the time that I saw him, my Lord.
Okay. At St. Helena Bay, did you book him in?
By St. Helena Bay, het u hom ingeboek.
Korrek, edele.
That's correct, my Lord.
More or less, what time was this?
Min of meer, hoe laat was dit gewees?
Edele, ek kan nie sê of dit voor 12 was of na 12 was nie.
My Lord, I can't say whether it was before 12 or after 12.
Vir daardie tyd was ons al vir 36 ure wakker gewees, edele.
36. For that time, we were awake or up for about 36 hours, my Lord.
Maar ek is 100% seker ek het hom St. Helena toe gevat, edele.
But I'm 100% sure that I took him to St. Helena Bay.
I didn't hear your answer. More or less at what time?
Min of meer, hoe laat, meneer?
He said he can't say whether it was before or after 12 because at that stage they were awake for 36 hours plus, but he's 100% sure he took him. Can't say the time.
Did you say it was before 12?
No, he said he can't say whether it was before or after 12.
Before, after 12, or 10?
He doesn't know.
That. Okay.
Yes.
You said you saw them in court. Do you remember what day was that? What date was that?
U sê dat u het vir hulle by die hof gesien. Kan u onthou wanneer was dit gewees?
Ek kan nie presies onthou wat die dag het was nie, maar ek weet dit was vroeg in die saak gewees.
I can't say precisely which day it was, my lord, but it was early during the case.
Was it on the first appearance?
Was dit op die eerste verskyning?
The 7th?
Die 7de.
Ek moet die eerste of die tweede een gewees, die edele.
It could have been the first or the second, my lord.
Yes.
I know you are not the investigating officer in this matter. Do you know, or do you know why my client was not brought to court on the 5th of March 2024?
5th of March.
Yes, 5.
Ek weet u is die ondersoekbeampte in hierdie staat nie. Weet u hoekom was my kliënt nie hof toe gebring nie op die 5de van Maart maand 2024?
Yes, 5th of March 2024.
Die 5de Maart 2024.
That same morning, he was detained at 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you know why he wasn't taken to court on that day?
Weet u hoekom was hy nie hof toe geneem nie, dieselfde oggend, meneer?
Eerder, ek weet nie hoekom nie, maar dit kan wees omdat hy nog nie aangekla was, eerder.
My lord, I don't know why. Maybe it might be that he was not charged yet.
Die polisie stelsel nie docket en alles eerder.
By the police, and then the docket hasn't been opened.
En sy 48 uur het ook nog nie expire nie, eerder.
His 48 hours hasn't expired or lapsed.
Do you know why he was not brought to court on the 6th of March 2024?
Weet u hoekom was hy dan nie hof toe geneem die 6de Maart 2024?
Weer eens dieselfde antwoord, eerder.
Once again, the same answer, my lord.
So you are saying we must zoom in the answer you've given us previously?
No, he saw the question was asked and he answered. What's the relevance of this question? Because it would have been very strange if the accused were taken to court on the 5th. Because we know that they were detained, arrested, around about 4 the morning of the 5th. Then, from experience, and you told the witness yesterday you were a police officer before.
But I don't want to answer for him, my lord.
No, there's still the process. No, I'm not going to allow the question unless you can tell me what's the relevance. There's still the process of the person to be charged as he's now indicated. And we know that there's a 48-hour period within which the person must be brought before the court. So on the 5th was the day of the arrest. The first 24 hours would have expired on the morning of the 6th at 4 o'clock. The next one would expire morning of the 7th. So unless there's something in it for purposes of this trial within a trial, and you can indicate the relevance to me, I'm not going to allow the question.
I will indicate before this court
Yes.
the relevance
All right.
of my questioning this witness in this fashion.
So what is the relevance?
The
No,
relevance,
you must first tell me what the relevance is.
the relevance is my client instructs me that he was very sick on these days because of the torture that took place on the 4th of March 2024.
So do you want to put it to the witness the reason why he was not taken to court was that?
That's my line of questioning, my lord.
Good, all right. So you can put it to the witness.
My client instructs me that the reason he was not taken to court on the 5th and the 6th is because he was struggling to walk, struggling to sit, and that might have been noticed by the magistrate.
My cliënt se instructies is dat die rede wat hy nie hoef toegeneem was op die 5de en die 6de Maart want hy kon nie reg loop nie en hy kon nie gesit het nie en die landros sal dit opgeleid het.
Eerlik verskil.
My lord, I differ.
Further instructs me that he suffered swollen elbows. He had pains at his back.
Hy sê dat
He had pains in his private parts.
hy verder instructies is dat sy elleboog was opgeswel. Hy het pyn gehad op sy rug en sy private dele het ook gepyn.
His movements were visible that he is in pain.
En hoe hy beweeg het, 'n persoon kon sien, dit was sigbaar dat hy was onder pyn.
Die edele, ek het nie al hierdie beserings opgemerk op die beskuldigde toe ek vir hom Sint-Helena by polisiestasie toe gevat het, die edele.
My lord, I did not notice or see these injuries when I took the accused person to Saldanha Bay.
You didn't see them, but your colleague, Sergeant Lombard, the one who took his warning statement.
Is it, did you say Lombard?
No.
Sergeant Johnson.
Sergeant Johnson. In her warning statement is indicating that my client, his knee was bandaged.
Sergeant Johnson, die een wat die waarskuwing verklaring geneem het, so daar geskryf dat sy knie was verband.
And you testify that you've seen injuries on his arms, you've seen injuries on his neck.
En hy het ook getuig dat hy het beserings gesien in sy arm en wat die ander nog verstaan?
It was elbows.
Elleboog.
The injuries you've mentioned, you've seen. I want to correct them as you've mentioned in your evidence. I have seen these injuries. Here you said arm and elbow.
Hy het gesê arm en elleboog.
Korrek, die edele?
That's correct, my lord.
My client instructs me that you never wanted the magistrate to see that he was in pains. What is your comment on that?
My client's instructies is dat hy wil nie gehad het dat die lander moet sien dat hy is in pyn.
Dis onwaar, die edele.
That's untrue, my lord.
I have no further questions for this.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Ms. Edelman? Thank you, Sergeant. You may be excused.
Dankie, Sergeant. Hy is verskoon.
You can call Captain Sekou. Maybe we should take the 15-minute adjournment now, because Ms. Nkabai is going to cross-examine Captain Siakwi, and just so that she can orientate. She's just finished with one witness, now having to go to another witness, so that's break. Will that assist you, Ms. Nkabai? Because I know you now have to take out your old notes for the other witness, and I know that you've looked at the video, so you would have made notes, so just to orientate yourself. So 15 minutes. It's 10:32. Let's take it until 10 to 11. I am going to try, subject to the cross-examination, if we can finalize this witness today, even if we have to sit a little bit longer, if my health allows it, because the witness has been here on multiple occasions from Cape Town. And then we can take it from there. The court will adjourn till 10 to 11. It's 10:15. Apologies for the further delay. I was informed that we had a feline visitor that got stuck somewhere at the back and had to be rescued.
I learned
So I
a
see.
long time ago that when you wrong, you must fall on your sword. And I'm here to fall on my sword. The Form J88, the original, was in my file. I apologize. But my colleague insists I must set the record straight and vindicate her name. So I'm here to do so and hand in the original J88.
Yes, I've opened up my file this morning there because I was going to ask you where the original is. It's Exhibit LL.
I'm forgiven, my lord.
Can you just swear in the witness again, please?
Give your full name to the court. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say I do. So help me God.
I do, so help me God.
So before we, thank you, Captain, you may be seated. So before we start with the cross-examination of Captain Seke, was there anything else, Ms. Seremon?
No, thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Ms. Mkabai. I'm representing Mr. Van Rhyn in this matter.
Ek is mevrou Mkabai, ek is beskuldig van my twee se probleme in die saak meneer Van Rhyn.
In terms of office, who is Brigadier Hanana to you? Is he your supervisor, your senior?
My favorite kantoor is Brigadier Hanana as hy is 'n senior of wat is die bevelvoerder, wat is hy van u?
Eerlik ten tye van die saak en
We maybe just adjust the microphone slightly up for the captain. Captain, if it's at all possible, if you can sit closer.
Kan jy nie naby die mic sit nader sit?
There we go.
okay.
Yes, thank you.
Eerlik ten tye van die saak toe ek versoek was deur Brigadier Hanana was ek
My lord, at the time of the case, or I was asked by Brigadier Hanana,
was ek gestasioneer by provinsiale speders,
I was stationed at the provincial detective,
die SABC Serious and Violent Crime Unit.
SBC serious and violent crimes.
Op daardie stadium was Brigadier Hanana my onmiddellik my provinsiale bevelvoerder.
At that time on the stage, Brigadier Hanana was my provincial commander.
So he was your senior and your superior.
So I was the senior geweest.
Dis korrek, Here.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you, through the chain of command, also report to him?
En u het ook aan hom gerapporteer.
Dis korrek, Here.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
When you say you report to him, does that mean you are in the same unit?
As u sê dat u aan hom rapporteer as u in dieselfde eenheid.
Die SABC het verskillende komponente onder.
The SBC has different components, my lord.
May I just ask you, who was your immediate superior?
Wie was die slomse toesighouer?
Dit was kolonel Pretorius was my onmiddellike bevelvoerder. Here.
My immediate supervisor superior was Colonel Pretorius.
Thank
Is
you.
that the same person as the one who took confession of Mr. Appollis?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
You testify that Brigadier Hanana called you to come to Saldanha to come to assist with the taking of a confession. Is that correct?
Jy het getuig dat Brigadier Nana het vir u gevra om Saldanha toe te kom om bekentenis te neem.
That's correct hier.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you remember what time was that when he called you to say you must come to Saldanha to assist with the taking of the confession?
Kan u onthou hoe laat was dit die tyd wat hy vir u gebel het om Saldanha toe te kom help met die bekentenis te neem?
Ek kan nie die presiese tyd gee nie, maar dit mag dalk 12 uur die middag wees.
My lord, I can't remember the precise time, but it can be around about 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Did he tell you who you were going to take confession from?
Het hy vir u gesê wie se bekentenis gaan u neem?
Eerlik het nie naam van 'n beskuldigde genoem nie, maar hy het net gevra dat ek met hier na Saldanha moet kom om 'n konfessie te neem.
My lord, he did not mention a name of an accused who was suspect, my lord. He just stated that I must come to Saldanha to assist or take a confession.
Did he tell you at that time what were the surrounding circumstances of the confessor?
Het hy vir u gesê daardie tyd oor wat gaan hierdie bekentenis doen, meneer?
Of the potential confessor?
So die genoemde persoon wat 'n bekentenis gaan gee.
Eerlik as my geheim nie in die steek laat nie, het hy genoem dat kolonel Clark al reeds of probeer het om 'n konfessie te neem van die beskuldigde.
My lord, if my memory is not failing me, if I remember, he said that Colonel Clark already tried to take a confession from the person, my lord.
En dat die konfessie nie plaasgevind het nie.
And that the confession did not take place.
You told the court that you've taken a number of confessions.
U het vir u gesê u het verskeie bekentenis geneem.
Dis korrek hier.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you give this court the estimation of the confessions you've taken so far, including my client's confession?
Kan u miskien min of meer vir die hof sê hoeveel bekentenis u geneem in gesluit met my kliënt?
Ek kan nie 'n presiese getal onthou nie.
I can't give the precise amount, my lord.
Are they over 1,000?
Is it for 1,000?
Nee, seker nie oor 1000 nie.
No, my lord, not over 1,000.
500?
500?
Eerlik ek kan nie getal by getal kom.
My lord, I won't be able to say or give an amount.
So
Or total.
let's take a step back. For how long have you been a commissioned officer?
Laat ons maar net 'n bietjie terugneem. Hoe lank is jy 'n commissioned officer?
Ek is nou al 18 jaar in my rang as kaptein hier.
I'm now 18 years, my lord, in the rank of a captain.
Now, I don't know when the change took place.
Nou, ek weet nie wanneer die verandering plaasgevind nie.
There was a time when statements were taken by
correct hier.
Then the system changed.
Dan is dit verander.
So at the time when the change came in, were you already a commissioned officer?
Die tyd wat u nou die verandering ingekom het, nie, was u reeds 'n commission officer.
Eerlijk, ek was 2006 bevorder na die rang van kaptein, so ek dink dit was in die proses wat dit net begin verander het.
My lord, I got the promotion in 2006, my lord, to this rank that I'm currently in now. I think it was during the time, during the process when the changes came in.
And since the time that you've become a commissioned officer, after the change took place, have you been taking confession statements?
Nadat u op die rang wat u nou in is net van daai tyd af, u het nou confessions of bekendings geneem.
Eerlijk, ek sal nie sê van 2006 per se nie. Dit het maar eers 'n goeie tydperk geneem voor ek begin confessions en uitwysings gedoen het.
My lord, I won't say it's in 2006, but it took a while for some time for me to take confessions and going to pointing out.
So eerlijk, dit kan van miskien 2010, want dit is iets wat 'n mens oor 'n tyd deur jou meer senior offisiere destyds ook aangeleer het.
My lord, I can say it's around about from 2010, my lord, because that time it was also done by senior officers.
So would it be safe to say that, because if it's from 2010 to 2024, that would be 14 years, but about 10 years, more than 10 years, that you've been taking statements, confession statements?
Laat ons sê misschien van 2010 af mee na 2024, dat ons trek 14 jaar wat u nou bekendings of verklarings neem.
Ja, eerlijk, dit kan correct wees.
Yes, that can be correct, my lord.
It's just a guess, because we can't peg it down. But so it's over a prolonged period of almost 10 years or more that you've been taking these type of statements.
That's correct.
Good.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai. I hope it's helpful.
Thank you, my lord. So from these 10 years, you cannot estimate, more or less, not the exact number, how many confessions you've taken?
In hierdie 10 jaar, jy kan nie sê hoeveel bekendings jy geneem of raak nie.
As ek miskien dalk net ek het verlede jaar byvoorbeeld seker 4 of 5 bekendtenisse geneem. Verlede jaar alleen. So
If I can say, my lord, last year alone, I took about 4 or 5 confessions.
so dan kan maar die
Overall, in a 10-year period, Captain, how many you've taken?
So aan die tyd van 10 jaar, hoeveel het u kaptein geneem?
Dit kan seker geskatbare getal uitkom uit min of meer 5 'n jaar so.
My lord, when it comes maybe estimation, I can say more or less 5 per year.
And 5 times 10? How much will be that?
I didn't hear.
5 times 10. How much will be?
5 pas maal 10, hoeveel sal dit wees, meneer?
Wel. Kan dit al so Dan in 10 jaar se tyd seker so 100, 150 miskien.
In 10 years' time, it can be around about 100 to 150, my lord.
But if it's 5 on average, it'll give us about 50.
Ja.
Yes, my lord.
So dat is
But be guessing. It's
ja.
I don't know how helpful it's going to be because Mr. Kabai, it's clear the witness doesn't have a count, but we know he's been doing it for over an extended period. So
I'll accept that, my lord.
Yeah.
I'll accept that. Thank you. From the confessions that you've taken, do you know how many, more or less, that were found to be admissible by the courts and in courts?
Sal u van die bekendens wat u geneem het, nee, sal u kan sê hoeveel van daardie bekendene was toegelaat en hoe?
Edele, dit is die tweede keer wat ek geroep word vir 'n verhoor binne in 'n verhoor.
My lord, this is the second time that now I'm being called for a trial within a trial,
Sover my kennis kan strek.
as far as my knowledge.
Brigadier Ganana is calling you to come and assist. Why from the other members, why did he choose you to come and assist?
Brigadier Anana het vir u geroep, nee, om te kom help met bekentenis. Van al die ander lede, hoekom het hy vir u gekies? Of vir u gevra?
Julle, dit was nie die eerste
The first time I'm being asked by Brigadier Hanana to assist with the confession.
Was it the second or third?
Was het die tweede keer of die derde keer?
nee, hy het my gereeld altyd versoek om bekentenis te gee, maar dit kan dalk miskien die 5de, 10de keer gewees het.
No, my lord, he have asked me various times or often, my lord. You can't say that it was the 5th or the 10th time, my lord.
10th or?
Just one minute.
Or the 10th.
Just one moment. Can we maybe just, the witness is not speaking into the microphone because of the angle he's sitting, he's looking at Ms. Nkabai. Either adjust the chair or adjust the microphone. Just so that at the angle you're sitting, because I want to hear your answers as well. Thank you. That's better.
Can I repeat the last?
Yes,
Does the court want me to repeat the last question?
Yes, you may repeat the question.
Okay.
Your question was the second or third, and again the witness was guessing.
Die vraag was die tweede of die derde keer en die getuie het ook weer eens geraai.
Okay. In your 37 years of service with the SAPS, were you ever given an unlawful instruction to perform by any senior?
I didn't hear the question.
Captain, in your 37 years of service in the SAPS, were you ever given an unlawful instruction to perform by any senior?
En die 37 jaar in een diens is, was u ooit gesê om iets te doen wat nie in die reëls is nie?
Wel, het daar self die 37, ek is al 33, al 34 jaar in die polisie.
Kan u dit sê asseblief?
Wat het jy sê oor 34?
My lord, I'm not 37 years in service, I'm 34 years in service.
33,
Going to 34.
Yes. In those years of experience?
Want die antwoord op die vraag is nee.
The answer to the question, my lord, is no.
Okay. Did Brigadier Anana tell you the reasons why Kenneth Clark terminated the taking of the confession from my client?
Nee, ek wel toe ek nou hier kom, het ek verneem aan die
No, my lord, when I came here or when I got here, I took it back.
dat die konfessie nie klaargemaak kon word nie,
That the confession could not be finalized
want die beskuldigde het na bewering aan die slaap geword.
because the allegedly it was seems like the accused person fell asleep.
Short break.
Saldanha.
Hoe laat het u geregeer gekom in Saldanha?
Hier, ek het seker so halfpast toe 3 o'clock.
I arrived here around about 2:30 or 3 o'clock.
And as per the video, you met with my client at 16 minutes after 4.
En op die video soos wys, u het met my kliënt ontmoet 16 minute na 4.
Dis bevestig.
Confirm that, my lord?
Between 2:30 or 3, including 16 minutes after 4, where were you and with whom?
Tussen 2:30 en 3 uur, terwyl dit 16 minute na 4, waar was u en saam met wie was u?
Julle het aangemeld by die Seaborder Police.
My lord, I reported at the Seaborder Police.
With whom were you at the sea border police officers?
By the Seaborder Police, saam met wie was u?
Julle ek het gegaan na die FCS kantoor.
My lord, I went to the FCS offices.
With whom were you?
Met wie was saam met u gewees?
Ek was alleen het ek gekom, het ek tot by die Seaborder gegaan.
Did you meet?
I came alone, and when I went to the Seaborder offices.
Did you meet anybody at the FCS or Seaborder offices?
Het u enige persoon ontmoet of gekry by die Seaborder kantoor of die FCS kantoor, meneer?
Dis korrek, julle, die lede van die FCS was alleen by hul kantoor gewees.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Die lede van FCS was op hulle kantoor.
The members of FCS were at the offices.
Do you know who were those members?
Weet u wie is hy lede?
Julle, ek ken hulle nie by naam nie.
My lord, I don't know them by name.
Do you know whether the members you've met at FC offices are involved in the investigation of this matter or were involved in the investigation of this matter?
Weet u dat die lede wat u gekry het by die FCS kantore, hulle is betrokke in die ondersoek of was hulle betrokke in die ondersoek?
Julle soveel my kennis trek, was hulle glad nie betrokke met hierdie spesifieke ondersoek.
My lord, as my members served me, my lord, they were not involved at all in the specific investigation.
From your arrival time and before you met with my client, did you meet with any of the members that were involved in the investigation in this matter?
Die tyd wat u daar aangekom het of gearriveer het en die tyd wat u met die lede gekry het ontmoet het, en u in kontak gekom met enige persone of mense lede wat betrokke is in die ondersoek?
Eerlik, ek moet nou mooi dink. Toe ek daar gekom het, het ek myself voorgestel aan die lede wat daar was.
My lord, when I think correctly, I'm thinking correctly, when I arrived there, I introduced myself to the members that were there.
En hulle het vir my gesê dat ek dink die ondersoekspan van die lede was nie op daardie oomblik daar gewees.
They informed me, or they told me that I think, my lord, the investigating team or members of the investigating team were not there at that moment.
Ek dink die mees obvious wat ek sou gedoen het of al gedoen het, was om die ondersoekbeampte kaptein Lombard te skakel.
And I think the obvious that I should have done, or that I did, it was to call Captain Lombard.
You said you think there were members that were involved in the investigation. What do you mean when you say you think?
As u sê dat ek dink daar was leerders wat betrokke was in die ondersoek, wat doen ek teken eers sê dat ek dink.
Nee, eerlijk, ek het gesê dat die lede van FCS was daar gewees.
No, my lord, I said that the members of the FCS was there.
En nie die lede van die ondersoekspan nie.
And not the members of the investigating team.
But you said you think the obvious was that you would have called the investigating officer, Captain Lombard.
That's correct, Your Lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you call him?
Het nie vir hom gebel.
Ek kan nie nou sê dat ek hom gebel of ja, ek sal jou sê, ek kon hom gebel het Here, want ek moes natuurlijk uitvind waar die confessie sou plaasvind. Iemand moes my sê waar.
My lord, I think I called him to say, I called him, my lord, because obviously someone had to inform me or tell me as to where the confession will be taking place.
Do you think you called him or you called him?
Het u hom gebel of u dink u het hom gebel?
Here, ja, ek het hom gebel, ek sou hom gebel het.
Yes, my lord, I called him. Suppose I had to call him.
Did he tell you over the phone?
You may proceed.
Okay. Did he tell you that the person you were about to take a statement from was deprived sleep the previous night?
Het hy vir u gesê dat die persoon wat u moet 'n bekentenis by kom neem, nee, dat die persoon was nie geleentheid gegee om te slaap die vorige aand nie?
Nee, Here.
No, my lord.
Listen, goodbye. I'm going to take about 10 minutes.
You can
Just want to see whether I can
take 20.
try and improve. So the witness is still under oath. My planning would be that we continue till 1 o'clock. Then I'm going to take a half an hour lunch break and have my second dose of treatment during that period. I should be okay to carry on. Thank you, Mr. Kabay.
Thank you, my lord. Were you informed that this person you are about to take a statement from was deprived of sleep the previous night?
Was u gesê dat die persoon wat 'n bekentenis sou neem van hierdie persoon was nie 'n geleentheid gegee om te slaap die vorige aand nie?
Nee, hier.
No, my lord.
Were you advised that this person you are about to take a statement from was tortured the whole night?
Was u gesê dat hierdie persoon wat u 'n bekentenis van geneem was gemartel heel aand?
Nee, hier.
No, my lord.
Were you warned that she was taken to a district surgeon?
Was u gesê of gewaarsku dat hy was na 'n dokter toe geneem?
And the district surgeon confirmed that indeed he had injuries?
En dat die dokter het bevestig dat die persoon het beserings gehad?
Eerlijk was nie ingelig dat hy na 'n dokter geneem was nie.
My lord, I was not informed that he was taken to a district surgeon,
Maar dat dit wel prosedure is dat
but those are procedures.
wanneer iemand 'n bekentenis aflê, eers na die dokter moet gaan vir ondersoek.
And that the person needs to, or it needs to be taken to a doctor before taking a confession.
Yes, I'm going there. I'll ask you that later in my cross-examination. Were you were you informed that this person you are about to take a statement from didn't eat as early as 2:30 the previous day? Previous day will be 4th of March up until the morning session of the 5th of March. Were you told that he didn't eat?
Was u gesê of ingelig dat die persoon wat u 'n verklaring van afneem hierdie persoon het nie die vorige dag geëet nie, die 4de vanaf 2:30 tot daardie tyd aan die oggend van die 5de?
Nee, here.
No, my lord.
If you were told of the above, what were you going to do?
As u gesê was van die genoemde, wat sou u gedoen het?
Were you going to continue with the confession?
Sou u voortgegaan het met die bekentenis?
Nee, here.
No, my lord.
Thank you, Captain. With the help of my learned colleagues for the state, can you please go to the video? Just when my client is his entrance into the office, my first question will be there.
Maybe things that may be linked aan die kantoor ingaan, dat we aan die vraag begin of aan lees.
Thank you. In your observation of my client as he walks in, would you be in a position to explain the manner in which he was walking? Sorry.
Soos ek tevore getuig het, ek kon slegs gesien het toe ek die video gesien het, maar nie op daardie stadium wat hulle na my toe gebring het.
My Lord, as I've indicated that I could not see at that stage or that time, but when I had a look at the video, I noticed or I saw that.
But from the video, I could see you after he passed behind your chair. I could see you staring at him.
Maar op die video self, meneer, nee, ek kon sien nadat hy agter u geloop het, voorbij u geloop het, ek kon sien u het hom gekyk.
You are staring from the video. You are staring at his back, at his movement when he's passing, he's limping. You stared at him.
U het aan hom gekyk hoe het hy geloop het, meneer, soos die manier wat nou die prokureur wys.
Can you just a moment? Can you just go back slightly? I just want to see. Okay, play. We can see the captain sitting at the table. The accused is coming from his left-hand side, slightly behind him. He looked at the accused and looked at him as he was walking past the chair, then pulled up a chair. Right. So, Ms. Nkabai is putting it to you that what she observes from the video is that you were staring at the accused number 2 whilst he was walking.
Wat mevrou Kamal wil weer aan u stel is dat soos ons op die video sien, u kyk aan die beskuldige of aan die persoon loop.
Ek het die beskuldige gekyk, maar nie gesteer soos jy sê nie.
Yes, my Lord, I looked at the accused person, but I did not stare at him as it's been stated.
I'll accept that. You didn't stare at him, but you looked at him. While you were looking at him, what is it that you observed from his walking movements?
Ek sal dit aanvaar, u sê dat u teen hom is aan, maar u het aan hom gekyk, nee? Die tyd wat u hom kyk, wat het u opgelet op die manier hoe hy geloop het?
On the day in question, not now on the video, but on the day in question, what did you observe?
Op daardie dag, meneer, ons praat nou nie van die wat u nou gesien het op die video nie, maar op daardie dag.
Eerlijk het regter niks achtergekom of niks gehad om oor kommer te wees op daardie stadium.
My Lord, honestly at that time I didn't notice anything or became concerned about something at that time, my Lord.
Why you were not concerned?
Hoekom was u nie bekommerd nie?
Ek het geen rede gehad om bekommerd te wees nie.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Ek het geen rede gehad.
I had no reason to be concerned, my Lord.
You have no reasons to be concerned about the being of the person you are about to take a confession from. Is that what you are implying?
As sê u dat u het nie bekommerd gehad nie. U was nie bekommerd oor 'n persoon se gesondheid wat u nou sal nou u 'n bekentenis of verklaring van afneem.
My opdrag was duidelik en dit was om 'n konfessie van die beskuldigde te kry.
My Lord, my instruction was clear, was that I must take a confession from the accused person.
What do you mean by that?
Wat beteken u dit?
Ek moes net die konfessie geneem het eerder.
I just had to take the confession.
Vir my was dit die enige iemand vir die eerste keer aan ontmoet, gaan jy kyk na die persoon.
And for me it was to take the confession, my Lord, and when you see a person for the first time, you will have the look or you will look at the person.
Just one moment, Ms. Nkapai. I want to understand that answer.
Ek wil daai antwoord verstaan.
About, you say there was no reason to be concerned.
U het gesê daar was geen rede om bekommerd te wees nie.
And then you told me that your instruction was clear to get a confession.
En toe sê u vir my dat u se instruksies was duidelik geweest net om 'n bekentenis te vat of te neem.
Dis korrek.
That's correct, my Lord.
What does that mean? That answer?
Wat beteken daai antwoord, meneer?
Eerder, ek was versoek om 'n konfessie van die beskuldigde te neem.
My Lord, I was asked to take a confession from the accused person.
Now, Captain, I'm going to explain to you why that answer concerns me.
Kaptein, ek gaan nou vir u verduidelik of u sê hoekom is ek bekommerd oor daardie antwoord.
Seker weer.
Because it can be interpreted, come hell or high water, you must deliver a confession.
Dit kan so getolk word dat dit maak nie saak hoe nie daardie confession of daardie bekentenis moet geneem word.
Eerlik gegee wat miskien moet ek net rephrase. Ek moes 'n confession van hom gekry, sou die beskuldigde dan tydens ons onderhoud.
Sorry, my Lord, I will just have to rephrase. I was instructed that to take a confession, and if during the interview
Hy wil 'n konfessie half aflê,
and he wants to give a confession,
dan sou ek dit van hom gekry het, soos ek dit gedoen het hier.
and I was going to get the confession from him as I've done.
You see, that's the danger of using terminology that does not lie within your discretion. Because when you say that I must get a confession from him, by using the word confession, that I must get him to say that he is guilty?
Sien as u sê die probleem is as ons sekere woorde gebruik soos ek moet 'n bekentenis van hom af en dit klink soos hy is 'n persoon wat skuldig is.
Do you understand my concern?
Verstaan u hoekom ek bekommerd?
Ek verstaan nie, Here.
Understand my mood.
Thank you, Ms. Akabai. Before you move off that introductory part, I'm going to allow you on your line of questioning to continue. I want to go back to the injury and the accused gait of what I've observed on the video. But you can first deal with this issue that you're busy with.
Thank you, my Lord. Before I go to him sitting down on the chair, while he was walking past your chair, is there anything you recognized that it was amiss from my client? It was strange. It was not common.
Is daar iets die tyd wat my kliënt geloop het, nee, die tyd wat hy geloop het en u gesien het, miskien dat iets wat nie reg is nie met hom nie.
Eerlik op daardie stadium kon ek niks agterkom nie.
At that time I did not notice anything at all.
From that video, when my client enters your office, is not wearing shoes. Even the time is passing behind your chair, is not wearing shoes. Even at the time you were looking at him, before he sits down, he was not wearing the shoes.
Die tyd wat my kliënt ingekom het in die kantoor waar is op die video self, as 'n persoon kan sien dat dit die skoene aan nie, en die tyd wat ek agter geloop het, hy nog steeds nie skoene aan, die tyd wat ek kom sit het, ek die skoene gehad nie.
Did you notice whether he was wearing shoes or he was not wearing shoes when he entered the office?
Het jy gesien of gesien dat hy skoene aangehad of hy die skoene aangehad in die tydens wat hy in die kantoor inloop?
Ek het nie so opgemerk nie, Here.
I did not notice that, my Lord.
Ms. Nkabai, obviously we started at a specific spot now. The place where one can see him walking, is that earlier on in the video?
Yes, my Lord.
Because on the screen that we've seen now, I didn't notice his feet.
If my learned colleagues can replay the video, my Lord.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, my Lord.
Can you take it a few spaces back again, please? Because when I watched the video the other night, I didn't pay that close attention to his feet, and I can't recall seeing the bare feet. Stop. I don't know from where I sit. It looks as if I can see the hem of the trouser pants, bottom hem. Looks like a tracksuit pants from here. and then I can see what could be socks or a lighter color, and then I see a distinct different color on the feet. That's my observation from where I sit.
Those are my instructions, my lord.
Because if it's your instructions, he was bare feet. From what I can see there, it doesn't look as if the person has nothing on its feet. In fact, it looks as if the person has something on their feet, on his feet, from where I sit on the video. But you can put your instructions to the.
My lord.
Because if the lighter color below the grey pants, if those are socks and he has nothing on his feet, it doesn't explain the darker color below that. If that's his skin color, it also doesn't explain the darker color. And the taskbar is going there, but one can clearly see from where I sit. I don't know what you can see, Mr. Kabak.
My lord, my instructions are not that my client was barefoot. My instructions are that he was not wearing shoes.
Not wearing shoes.
Shoes. He was wearing only socks.
My instructies is nie dat my cliënt was skaalvoete nie, maar die instructies is dat hy die skoene aangehad het, hy het sokkies aangehad.
Did you notice anything?
Het jy enige iets opgelet?
Nee, agter.
No, my lord.
Can you give me the timestamp on the video, please?
Here 1:47.
Thank you. Are you done with that point, Ms. Mkabayi? I want to ask him about the gate.
Yes, I'm done, my lord.
So, did you see the J88 that was completed by Dr. Zimri?
Het jy die 88 gesien wat voltooi deur Dr. Zimri?
Nee, agter.
Wat is die antwoord? No, my lord.
Now, what I could see from the gate, the way the person was walking, was that it looked as if the left knee did not bend at all.
Soos wat ek kan sien het, dat die regte, die linkerknie het eers glad nie gebuig nie.
It's more pronounced as he was coming past your right, that he was dragging that leg, the left leg.
'n Persoon kan dit sien as 'n persoon inkom en as die tyd wat hy omloop, dit wys dat lyk soos hy sleep die voet.
Did you not notice that?
Het jy nie dit opgelet nie?
Op daardie stadium het ek dit nie opgelet.
Did you notice it on the video?
Nadat ek ook self die video gekyk het weer.
At that time, my lord, I did not notice that, but I just noticed that now.
Now, the reason for that, we've heard other evidence.
Die rede daarvoor, ons het ander getuienis gehoor.
Mr. Van Rhyn was examined the morning before the Clark attempt.
Meneer Van Rhyn was ondersoek voordat Colonel Clark probeer het.
By a Dr. Nell.
Deur Dr. Nell.
And he realized that he had a previous operation on the knee, in the knee area.
Hy het gesien dat opgelet hy het 'n operasie gehad op die vorige operasie op die knie.
And there was an injury.
There was 'n besering.
So he ordered two things.
Hy het gevra vir twee dinge.
He asked for an X-ray.
Hy het gevra aan die persoon moet vir ekstrale gaan.
And he asked for a bandage to be put on the knee.
Hy het ook gevra dat 'n verbanding moet omgesit op die knie.
Are you aware of that?
Weet u van dit?
near Iran.
No, my lord.
So, before he came to you, he was taken back to the hospital.
En voor hy nadat hy na u gebring was, hy weer teruggegaan na hospitaal toe.
He was then examined by Dr. Zimri.
Hy was dan ondersoek deur Dr. Zimri,
who did not examine the injury that was seen by Dr. Nell early in the morning.
en het nie daardie besering op die knie ondersoek nie, wat vroeër deur Dr. Nell ondersoek was nie.
I'm sure you're also not aware of that.
Ek seker dra geen kennis van dit ook het.
Ek is nie bewus daarvan nie.
I'm not aware of that, my lord.
And she told us the reason why she didn't examine the knee, the left knee,
En sy het vir ons gesê die rede dat sy nie die linkerknie ondersoek nie,
because of the type of bandage that was on the knee.
en die rede daarvoor is die tipe verbanding wat om die knie was.
The name of the bandage is Robert Jones,
En die naam van die verbanding is Robert Jones.
and the purpose of it is to immobilize that joint.
En die rede daarvoor net om daardie die joint die knie te mobilize.
In other words, he couldn't bend the knee because of the bandage that was put on
En ander woorde,
by
hy
the
kon nie-
doctors.
en die rede daarvoor was hy nie die knie kan buig nie, as die verband was om die knie van.
Ek noteer hier.
So now you can see, when you now look at the video, you can see it.
As jy nou aan die video kyk, jy kan dit sien.
When we looked at it earlier and he was walking around you, you could see the left leg
En
as if it's dragging and not bending at
en
all.
die tyd wat hy om u geloop het, jy 'n persoon kon sien die verbande om die knie en het die knie gebuig en hy het dit gesleep.
Noteer hier.
Nou, my lord.
But I note that you're saying you didn't see it on the day.
En verstaan, u het gesê dat u dit nie gesien het daardie dag nie.
Bevestig dit.
And of
Confirm.
course, the disclaimer is, the reason I would notice it is because I'm aware of all the other evidence
En die rede wat ek voor dit sê is
of the
dat
bandage.
ek het ander redes of ek het redes kom wat ek so sê en van die verbande ook.
Neem kennis.
So I was looking for that dragging of the leg.
En ek het gekyk na die versleping van die voet, van die been.
Just to put you in the picture so that we're not in the dark about it.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. I put to you, the reason my client was not wearing shoes during the taking of the confession is because his feet were swollen, resulting from the last night's torture.
Ek stel dit aan u dat die rede wat my kliënt nie skoene aangehad het die tyd wat hy die bekentenis gegee het en die rede daarvoor sy voete was opgeswel van die vorige marteling die vorige aand.
Did you notice?
Eerlijk, ek dra nie kennis van enige aanranding, torture, soos jy dit noem.
My lord, I bear no knowledge of any assault or torture as you have stated.
Thank you.
Miss Honorable, can you go to the sitting part? Yes.
Can you just pause the you have any questions on that
Yes.
section?
Yes, my lord.
Thank you.
When my client was sitting down, what did you observe?
Die tyd wat kliënt sit, meneer, wat het u opgelet?
Ek het gemerk dat hy een handboeie was.
I noticed that he was in handcuffs.
To be precise, my question is in the manner in which he sat down on the chair. What did you notice?
Wat het u opgelet, die manier hoe hy gesit het op die stoel?
Or rather, the manner in and the mechanics of how he got to be seated.
Laat ons dit maar so stel, die manier hoe hy gekom om
Hoe hy gaan sit.
gesit het.
So,
There's two things now we need to distinguish. One is on the day, on the 5th of March, what did you notice, if anything, on that day?
Daar's nog twee dinge die meneer hier, aan die dag van die 5de van Maart, wat het u opgemerk?
op die dag van die bekentenis, soos ek sê, dat hy wel een handboeie was, ja, en dat hy stadig beweeg het.
And on the day of the confession, my lord, he had handcuffs and he moved in slow motion.
Now, looking at the video, could you see anything that stood out for you?
En nou wat ons nou die video kyk, nee, is daar enige iets wat uitstaan vir u?
Dat is correct, eerlijk, jy kan sien dat hy evens een lamp het,
And that's correct, my lord. I see that he has a limp
en dat hy beswaarlik beweeg.
and he moves very, he didn't move slowly.
In the manner that he sat down when he had to sit. Remember, you pulled the chair so that he had enough space and then put his top over the back of the chair, but there was a specific way he went down trying to sit.
En u ook die stoel vir hom getrek en het oor sy top oor die stoel gesit, nee, en die manier hoe hy gaan sit, het u dit opgelet?
Ek het het nou opgelet.
I just noticed that now.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
When you say you just notice that now that the video is played, in this hour, in this minute, it's the first time you notice that now.
Sê dat die tyd wat nou die video sien wat nou gespeel het, sê u dit is die eerste keer wat dit u opmerk.
Eerlijk, ek het na die video gekyk, ek dink die dag na my eerste getuie.
My lord, I looked at the video the first time when I came to testify.
Dit is eers toe wat ek dit opgemerk het, maar nie op die dag van die spesifieke prosedure nie.
And that's when I noticed that it's my lord, but not on the day of the procedure or the confession.
Captain, do you realize that this is the third thing we didn't notice from my client?
Besef u dat dit is die derde ding wat u nie opgemerk het nie van my kliënt nie.
You didn't notice his limping? You didn't notice that he was not wearing shoes? You didn't notice the manner in which he struggled to sit down on that chair?
U het dit opgemerk dat hy uit die reg geloop het, die manier dat hy die skoene aangehad het en die manier hoe hy gesit het.
Soos ek gesê het eerlik, ek het dit nie op daardie dag opgelet nie, maar wel nadat ek na die video gekyk het.
As I've mentioned, my lord, that I did not notice it on that day, but well, I noticed it after I watched the video.
Can you just take the video slightly back, please? Just as he was sitting down, I want to go as he was sitting down, that the mechanics, just so that the witness can see. Stop. Right. That's where you want to go. To that point.
Yes.
Because you wanted to see where he was looking. I also wanted to see that.
Did you observe that before he sat down, he first balanced his elbows on the chair. Then he just threw his body on the chair. Did you notice that?
Het u opgelet dat die tyd voor hy kom sit het nie uitgebalanseer met die stoel en nadat hy net sy liggaam gegooi op die stoel?
Eerder soos ek nou kan opmerk op die video,
My lord, as I can notice now on the video,
het ek die stoel vir hom uitgetrek
I pulled the chair for him
en ek was dit seker net so 'n bietjie effens meer terug getrek het
I was supposed to just to put it a bit further out, my lord.
om hom meer spasie te gee om te sit, maar dit was die stoel was klaarblyklik te naby die tafel.
So that he can have space to sit, my lord, but the chair was close to the table.
Now, at that point where we stop the video now, he was already sitting down.
Maar op die punt waar ons die video gestop het alreeds gesit.
And one can see that you're looking at him.
En u kan sien soos u nou daar kyk.
At the time, as he was going down, you were looking to your left, and then it seems as if you were looking at the videographer.
En die tyd u het op u linkerkant gekyk nie en dit gelyk soos u kyk na die persoon wat die video opname.
So you might not have noticed that he was putting all his weight on his left arm and balancing himself before he got into the chair.
Miskien u kon nie dit nie oplet nie dat hy sy hele gewig gesit op die linkerarm sodat hy kan balanseer om te gaan sit.
Because you were looking somewhere else at that stage.
Want op daardie stadium met daardie tyd u het iewers gekyk.
That's what I observed. You were looking to your left, and then it seemed that if you were looking at the videographer.
Dit is wat ek opgelet het, u het op u linkerkant gekyk en u het gelyk, dit het lyk soos u na die persoon gekyk wat die video geneem het.
That's correct, yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
So that might be why you didn't see that motion of the weight bearing. But as he was now in the chair, now he's trying to align himself in the chair. Then you're looking at him. You're looking at what's happening. There's a still currently up there. One can see it.
That's correct, my lord.
And then he turns to his left. Yes, he's got the handcuffs. But one can also see that he's looking down at his leg to try and pull himself at a 90 degree with the table. Did you notice it on that day, the 5th of March?
Soos nou die hom verduidelik, een persoon die tyd wat u weggekyk op na die linkerkant toe gekyk het, soos na die videographer toe, hy het op sy liggaam, sy gewig op sy linkerkant gesit, die arm, sodat hy kan balanseer op te gaan sit. Maar die tyd wat hy gesit het, hy kyk af na sy been toe, sodat hy 90 grade kan draai om te gaan sit. Op daardie dag het u dit opgelet.
the difficulty with which he was trying to position himself.
En die manier hoe hy vir homself laat sit het.
Edele, ek kan sê dat ja, miskien het ek het opgelet, maar op daardie stadium het ek, daar was geen suspicie gekom.
My Lord, maybe at that time I noticed it, but there was no suspicion.
We're not saying that you did anything wrong at that stage. Because it's going to become relevant later on in the form. But you didn't notice anything.
Ons sê nie dat u het verkeerd gedoen op daardie tyd nie, maar het u dit opgelet?
Nee, hier.
No, my Lord.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Does that mean you didn't pay attention to him, to my client? When you say you didn't notice while he was sitting down?
Wel, u sê dat u het nie aandag aan my kliënt gegee in die tyd wat hy gesit het.
Ek het aandag gegee aan die kliënt.
I did give attention to the client, my Lord.
Do you think that attention was enough if you failed to see him while he was struggling to sit down in front of you?
Dink u dat daardie aandag was genoeg, maar u kon nie sien nie dat hoe het hy gesit, hoe het swaar gaan sit?
Eerlik het ek nie so opgemerk nie.
I did not notice, my Lord.
Put to you, Captain, the reasons why my client was struggling to sit down is because of the injuries he sustained the previous night during torture. To mention just one of those injuries that can affect his sitting down, his private parts were pinched.
Ek stel dit aan u dat die rede wat my kliënt so swaar gaan sit het, meneer, is want van die marteling op wat vorige aand gebeur het, en net om te noem een van die goed is want my kliënt se private dele was geknyp.
Ek draag geen kennis van dat jy hier laat.
I bear no knowledge of that, my Lord.
Would you agree with me if I say his struggle and hardship to sit down resulted from his paining private parts?
En sal u saam met my sê, as ek sê, hy het so swaar gaan sit, die rede daarvoor is van die pyn wat hy gehad het in sy private dele.
Ek kan geen kommentaar daarop lewer.
I can't comment on that, my Lord.
You were told the reason Kenneth Clark didn't continue with the taking of statement from my client is because my client fell asleep.
U sê dat die rede, u was gesê dat die rede wat Colonel Clark nie kon voorgaan nie, want my kliënt het geslaap.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Were you told whether after Kenneth Clark left, my client was given a bed to sleep?
Was u gesê dat nadat Colonel Clark weg was my kliënt 'n bed gegee om te gaan slaap?
Dis korrek, edele. Ek was ingelig dat die beskuldigde aan die slaap geraak het.
That's correct, my Lord. I was informed that the accused person fell asleep.
En dat hy weer toe gaan sluit was of gaan rus het.
and that he went to be locked up again, my lord, or went to go and rest.
En dan moes ek dan later van hom die confessie neem.
And then later that I took or had to take a confession from him.
Did you see where he was resting?
Het u gesien waar hy gaan rus het?
What kind of place was he resting at?
By wat soort plek het hy gerus?
Nee, hier.
No, my lord.
You are not interested to see this place?
Can you please repeat that?
Were you not interested to see the resting place?
Het u nie belang gestel om tot die plek te sien nie?
Ek sou aanneem dat hulle hom teruggeneem het, sê dat hier.
I'll take it back, my lord. I'll take it that, my lord, they took him back to the south.
To you, Captain, with your 34 years of experience, to you a cell is a resting place?
Vir u, meneer, met die 34 jaar wat u werk, nee, is 'n sel 'n persoon, 'n plek waar 'n persoon kan gaan rus. Met u ervaring.
Dis korrek hier.
That's correct, my lord.
The adjournment now till 1:15, so I'll take the long adjournment now. If there's a slight delay, I will let the parties know. Because I've arranged earlier for 1 o'clock. But I also know that they will immediately see when I adjourn to attend to me. So I will take half an hour adjournment now and then resume at 1:15. Will also be time for the accused to have something to eat. Court adjourned. Yes, thank you. The witness is still under oath.
Even though he has not said on it.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Colonel Captain, from the entrance of my client until where he's seated, the impression, that scenario only, the impression I get
van die tyd wat my kliënt ingekom het en die tyd wat hy gesit het, in wat ek kry,
is that my client was both physically and psychologically exhausted.
hy was fisies en ook emosioneel uitgeput. Sielkundige.
Ek sal nie kan sê nie, maar ek klaar het oor in die hof. Julle.
I can't say, but I'll leave that to the court, my lord.
I didn't hear.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
I didn't hear the whole answer.
Ek sal nie kan sê nie, julle.
I won't be able to say, my lord.
Laat dit oor in die hof se diskresie.
I'll leave that to the court's discretion.
But it is not the court that was taking the statement from my client. It is you.
Maar dit is nie die hof wat die verklaring geneem het van my kliënt afgelê, dit was u gewees.
Ek kan geen kommentaar daaroor lewer of nie.
I can't comment on that, my lord, at all.
Did you inquire from my client as to why he was struggling sitting down?
Het u gevra vir my kliënt hoekom was dit so swaar gewees om te sit?
Nee, julle.
No, my lord.
Why you didn't?
Hoekom het nie dit gedoen nie?
So ek sê op daardie stadium het ek niks regtig agtergekom hier.
As I said, my lord, at that time I did not actually notice anything, my lord.
From those scenarios, my client looks traumatized, stressed, exhausted.
And what was the last one? Traumatized, stressed and
Exhausted.
exhausted.
Van die verduideliking wat ek nou vir u gegee het, lyk my kliënt is getraumatiseer, ontspanning,
Why?
gespan.
Why? At that moment, you didn't stop the proceedings.
Hoekom het u daardie tyd nie die prosedure gestop nie?
Ek het op daardie stadium nie die nodigheid geag om dit te stop nie.
My lord, at that stage, at that time, I did not deem it necessary to stop the proceedings.
You told us earlier that you didn't notice
Dis korrek.
that as clear as you notice it now on the video, some of the things.
Hier
I'm not saying the exhaustion and the stress but the physical appearance, you didn't notice that on the day.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
Let's say you have noticed the physical appearance on that day. What have you done?
Laat ons sê dat
What you should have done.
Laat ons sê u het die fisies voorkomste gesien daar en daar. Wat moet u gedoen het? Wat sou u gedoen het?
Eerlik, ek sou heel waarskynlik nie met die proses voortgegaan het nie.
My lord, I was obviously not going to continue with the process.
Let's get it closer to home. And we're only going up to this point now where Mr. Van Rhyn has taken a seat. And yes, there's the form and there's the questions. We're going to get to that if we get there. Because whatever is on the form and the video, it's there. And ultimately it's for me to decide, and counsel can address me on it. From what you see now, with hindsight, if you observed it in this detail, and again I'm going to pause to say, it's easy armchair afterwards. But let's take the armchair approach for purposes of the question. If somebody comes in and you pay close attention, as we can now do on the video, and you see him struggling, dragging the foot, walking, difficulty in sitting down, what would you have done before you proceeded with the rest of the process?
Laat ons nou sê, soos ons nou sien op die video self nou nie meneer. U sien die persoon kan nie reg loop nie, die persoon sleep sy been as die persoon loop en die persoon as die persoon sit baie swaar. Wat sou u gedoen het? Sal u voortgegaan het met die prosedure of nie?
Eerlik, ek sou vrae gevra het hoekom.
I was going to ask questions, why?
En dan sou ek die besluit afhangende van die antwoord wat hy sou gegee het.
I was going to ask questions, my lord, and also depending on the answers that the person was going to give.
Om met die prosedure voort te gaan, al dan nie.
To continue the procedure or not.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Let's say the person is saying, I am well, we can continue. But on your observation, you see that this person is not well.
Laat ons sê die persoon sê dat ek is gesond of ek is reg, maar van u se eie observasie, u kan sien die persoon is reg nie, wat sou u gedoen het?
Ek sou met sy toestemming voortgegaan het.
I was going to continue with the person's permission.
Even if you notice that he's not well.
En u sien u ook, u kan sien dat die persoon is gesond of die persoon is reg nie.
Soos ek die vorige vraag beantwoord het, die hele afhangende van die omstandighede.
My lord, as I've answered the previous question, my lord, depending, my lord, on the circumstances.
I will make my question clearer and simpler. An interview or a suspect is before you.
'n Verdagter of die persoon wat die interview, die onderhoud kom doen is voor u.
You observe
U sien
that this person
dat hierdie persoon,
is not capable or able to proceed with this statement
hierdie persoon kan nie voortgaan nie of hierdie verklaring doen nie.
for the things you've observed from him or her.
En van die goed wat u opgemerk het van hierdie persoon, van hy of sy.
Now you ask this person, are you fine? Can we continue?
En u vra nou hierdie persoon, is u reg? Kan u voortgaan?
This person answers you, yes.
En die persoon antwoord en gesê, ja.
Now this is my question.
Nou, dit is my vraag.
Would you continue because he is saying to you yes, despite the fact that you are noticing that is not well?
En my vraag is nou dat sal u nog steeds voorgaan, nee, van antwoorde wat die persoon vir u gegee het, maar u het hier goed opgelet of opgemerk.
Op sy woord, ja, maar sou ek voortgaan.
On the person's word, my Lord, yes, I will continue.
Even if you notice that his psychological or physical capacity is impaired, you will continue as long as he said to you, let us continue.
En miskien u sien die persoon se fisiese voorkoms, sielkundige voorkoms is reg, maar u gaan nog steeds voorgaan.
Weer eens gegee die omstandighede eerlik.
Once again, my Lord, also regarding the circumstances.
And what will be those circumstances?
Wat sal hy omstandighede wees, meneer?
As gegee die wat ook al gebeur het met die beskuldigde wat die skep.
And given what had happened to the person of the accused person, as you said,
Sou ek dan 'n besluit gemaak het
I was going to make a decision
om voort te gaan met die onderhoud al dan nie eerlik.
to continue with the interview, my Lord, or not.
Captain, can you just either sit closer to the microphone or speak a little bit louder, please?
Kan u naby die microfoon sit of kan u harder sit?
Seker hier.
Yes, that's better. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, Captain. Now before you, you've got a suspect
Voor u het 'n verdagter
with the conditions I've just explained to you.
met die kondisie wat ek nou vir u verduidelik het of gesê het.
Yes, on the day when we were taking this statement, you didn't know?
Ja, op die dag wat u die verklaring geneem het, u het dit opgemerk nie.
Now I'm telling you that this person didn't sleep the private night.
Maar ek sê nou vir u dat die persoon net nie die vorige aand
He
geslaap
was
nie.
tortured.
Hy was gemartel
All the things I've listed.
en al die goed wat ek genoem het.
If you knew about these things, were you going to continue taking the statement from my client?
As u geweet het nie, geweet het van hierdie goed, sou u voorgegaan het om 'n verklaring te neem van my kliënt.
Ek sou heel waarskynlik nie voortgegaan het nie.
I was obviously not going to continue or go forth with the taking of the statement.
Can we go to page 7?
On the phone?
On the video.
On the phone or on the video?
On the video, my lord.
Page?
30 seconds, 7 minutes.
You said page 7, so that's why I'm asking you. What is the timestamp that you want to prosecute?
7:30, to be safe, 7:29.
7:29, so it's 7 minutes 29. Just check, Ms. Nkabai, whether that's the scene you want to go to.
Yes, no. My lord.
Sorry, Ms. Vaniport. Before we go there, can we go to 6.28?
628.
628.
You see, he's not my cousin, but it does. Yeah. Believe me, the spot. That was tremendous.
You can stop. You can stop this solo. Captain, have you noticed the way he was trying to balance himself on the chair?
Het hy opgelet hoe hy probeer vir homself balanseer op die stoel?
Oh, let me put it this way. When you were watching this piece of video, what did you notice from my client?
Of laat ek
What did you observe?
Laat ek maar so stel, die tyd wat u die video gekyk het, nee, wat het u opgemerk of u gesien?
Julle kan net hou weer en kyk eens.
My lord, may I have a look at it again, please?
628.
You see, he's not my cousin, but it does. Yeah. You believe me, the spot. That was tremendous.
Thank you, Ms. Vaniport. Captain, what did you observe?
Wat het u opgemerk?
Op daardie stadium het ek niks snaaks opgelet nie.
My lord, at that time I didn't notice anything funny or strange.
Snaaks.
And now watching the video, do you see anything that would have concerned you?
Ek kan ook nou nie sien nie, want ek het vir hom versoek om te ontspan, te relax.
My lord, I also don't see anything now because I asked him or told him that he must relax.
Ek het even teruggesit
And he sat backwards
dat hy wel relax.
and showed that he's relaxed.
I tell you what I have observed.
Ek sal vir u laat sê wat ek het opgemerk.
I might be wrong. I am observing someone who's tired of sitting in the same direction. He's trying to change the way he's sitting in the chair.
Wat ek opmerk of wat ek sien is dat ek sien dat is 'n persoon wat moeg is om met dieselfde kant as die persoon in posisie verander.
And he's not sitting on the chair with his bums. He's slanting on the chair.
Can you please repeat that?
He is slanting on the chair.
Hy sit nie op die stoel op sy sitplek nie, maar hy sit bietjie vorentoe. Langs.
Did you
Would you like to
observe?
comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Eerlijk, ek het vir hom gevra,
My lord, I asked him,
hy moet ontspan.
I told him to relax.
En hy het teruggesit en dit is wat ek sien.
He sat backwards, my lord, and that is what I'm saying.
I don't see someone who's relaxing, Captain.
Ek sien nie wat ek sien 'n persoon wat ontspan of gemaklik sit die meneer.
Geen kommentaar hier.
No comments, my lord.
Of course, when we get to the argument, he will refer to the video and give you observations, and then we can analyze it.
Can we go to 7? 7 minutes of the video. The impression I get is like it's hard for him to speak or to open his mouth. You can hear the voice is coming from down.
De manier hoe hy praat en die lyk soos 'n swaarheid, die stem, hoe die sy stem en hoe hy praat, hy praat baie swaar.
What is your comment on this?
Wat is u se kommentaar?
Geen kommentaar.
No comments, my lord.
At 7:30 of the video, I see him yawning.
Op 7:30 van die video, ek sien dat hy gaap.
It was shown earlier. As, did you notice he was yawning?
Het die ook gelet hy dit gaap?
Dat is correct, Jure.
Yes, my lord.
What time of the day was that?
Wat tyd van die dag was dit geweest?
You started your taking of the statement at 16 minutes past 4.
Dat is correct, Jure.
That's correct, my lord.
Now we're at 7 minutes 30 seconds.
Nou ons is by 7 minute en 36 secondes.
As early as 7 minutes of your taking of his statement, he is yawning.
Vroeg was 7 minute die tyd wat hy begin het om sy verklaring te neem, hy was uitgegaap.
What did you understand of this yawning?
Wat het u verstaan die tyd wat hy gegaap het?
Hy was zeker vaak geweest.
It was maybe tired or sleepy, my lord. I don't know.
If you noticed that, why did you continue taking the statement?
As u dit opgelet het, nee, opgemerk het, hoekom het dan u voorgegaan om die verklaring te neem?
Ik had geen reden op dat stadium gehad om te eindigen.
I had no reason at that time, my lord, to stop.
He looks tired.
Like moeg.
He looks sleepy. We've got evidence before this court that Kenneth Clark couldn't continue with the taking of the confession because the same client fell asleep.
Did he fall asleep? Did he fall asleep? When I know there's the narrative that he fell asleep, but did he fall asleep? And does the video and the transcript in Exhibit WH reflect that he fell asleep?
My lord?
Because what happened, if one looks at the video, he looks tired and drowsy. And Clark then asks him, when he inquired to check whether the accused is of sound and sober senses and present, if I can use the collective term for that. The accused says to him, I am hungry and I need to take my tablets in 2 hours' time. Clearly, he must must first eat before he can take the tablets, because Clark noticed the tablets that the doctor gave him earlier the morning, Dr. Nell. And then he stops it right there. Because he couldn't continue. This person clearly must take pain medication, and he hasn't eaten, he's hungry, so he stops it. We hear from other witnesses that it was said that he fell asleep. Whether that was conveyed like that, but the video itself and the form doesn't reflect that. Of course, this witness was also told he fell asleep. And later on in this video, it's noted in the video, in the form itself, when he deals with, and it's page 11 of 26, middle of the page. I couldn't make out what was said on the video, but the witness noted, ek vroeër vanoggend, earlier this morning with Mr. Clark. I spoke to Mr. Clark earlier this morning, but I fell asleep. Now, whether the words is clear on the video, I couldn't make it out. The witness was there close to him. But I can't recall Clark saying in so many words he fell asleep. The accused might have understood it that he was falling asleep. He was drowsy because, remember, he was awake from the previous day through the night. He was sleeping in the car for a while. The state side he was also taken to the cells. But one can understand if they were waiting on the officers to come to take the statements. Even if he had the opportunity to sleep, he wouldn't have had an easy sleep. So one can understand he was tired in the morning. So I just thought I'll point it out to you. But you were told, Captain, when you were called, that he was with Colonel Clark early in the morning.
David was that he was vroeër in die oggend met Colonel Clark.
And then he fell asleep. That's what you were told.
En hy het in slaap geraak, dit is wat hy gesê was.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So, when, on the question of Ms. Mkabai, at 7 minutes 30, so she says it's 16 minutes, it's 7 minutes. You started at 16, the form reflects something else. But it's even worse, because it's 7 minutes in, because you started at 16:23. But it's 7 minutes into the interview. And now the man yawns and stretches. Was it not a concern to you that earlier today he fell asleep? Because that's what you were told during this process, to ask a few follow-up questions saying, are you all right? Can you go on?
Die bekentenis kon doen of kom help met die bekentenis. En hy was ook vroeër ingelig dat hy was vroeër met Colonel Clark en hy is in slaap geraak. En u het nou die bekendheid op begin op die video, ons is 7 minute in, of 7 minute en die tyd aan, so 16 minute na 4 begin. Hierdie persoon voor u nou die persoon gaaf, die persoon stref, en soos u gesê was vroeër en dan die persoon in die slaap geraak. Het u nie dan vir hom gevra nie, is u reg om voor te gaan, of?
Eerlijk op daardie spesifieke stadium 7 minute in die interview.
My lord, at that specific time, 7 minutes in?
Ja, ek het tegengegaan soos wat het gewys word op die interview, op die video.
He did yawn, my lord, and is shown or seen on the video.
Maar soos ons aangegaan het met die onderhoud,
as we continued with the interview,
het ek wel aan hom gevra of hy alright is.
I did ask him whether is he alright,
En hy het gesê ja meneer.
and he said yes sir.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Colonel, you said your understanding of your name is that he was tired or sleepy.
It says moeg of slapperig.
Now my question is, if he looked tired to you and he looked sleepy, why you didn't stop taking
yeah.
of the confession?
As hy slapperig gelyk het en moeg gelyk het, dan hoekom het u voorgegaan om die bekentenis te maak op die verklaring?
Ek het nie op daardie stadium nodigheid geag om die bekentenis te stop nie.
My lord, at that stage or at that time, I did not deem it or see it necessary to stop the confession.
Are you aware that if someone is tired or sleepy, he or she is not in sober senses or sound mind?
Weet u dat as 'n persoon moeg en slaperig is en dat die persoon is op die persoon se volle positiewe nie?
Are you putting that as a fact to him, Ms. Nkabai? Are you, by posing the question in the manner you do, you suggest that somebody in that state is not of sound and sober senses?
Let me put it as a suggestion, my lord. Then what will be your comment on that, Captain?
Wat sal u se kommentaar wees op daardie op dit meneer?
No. I've specifically intervened. Let's do it differently. Now we know we're going to get to the later part of the form. Are you aware what the requirements are of the state of mind of an individual that makes a confession in law?
Draai u kennis wat is die vereistes is om vir die persoon as 'n persoon moet 'n bekentenis te gee?
Soos die proforma eerlik
As per the performer, my lord,
aandui moet hy by sy sober senses
that it indicates that the person must
sound mind.
Okay.
would be sound and sober senses, my lord.
So to put the question differently without suggesting that that's factually correct, because I'm not sure, because then sometimes at 4 o'clock and sometimes I sit till very late in court, I might not be of sound and sober senses, if that's factually correct, because the prosecutor was in that state a week or 2 ago. But as part of the inquiry, when one deals with whether the person is in sound and sober senses, I've explained to you what Colonel Clark did. And your form gives you a few pointers. So it speaks of nervousness, relaxed, upset, happy, etc. In fact, it forms says, etc. Right?
Correct.
Correct, my lord.
Not sure whether you're aware what the consequences are of a confession. Forget now what the content is now, but if a person confessed to a peace officer, what the consequences can be.
Ek weet nie dra u kennis wat is die nagevolge as 'n persoon nou die bekentenis gedoen het of hierdie bekentenis gedoen het in 'n offisier. Vergeet maar die inhoud van die bekentenis self.
You know the consequences.
Nee.
No, my lord.
It's an unequivocal admission of guilt of all the elements of the offense. So it has the same weight, can have the same weight as a plea of guilty in court.
Correct.
Do you understand that?
First that.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, having regard to that, if you have a person, and I make no finding yet on Mr. Van Rhyn, because this point is going to be argued, you can rest assured. The state will have their view, the defense will have their view. But for purposes of the cross-examination on Ms. Nkabai's point, is a person sitting in front of you who yawns. You heard from your colleagues that early this morning this person came before a colonel and he fell asleep. In the test whether the person is of sound and sober senses, what do you say about that when you see this being presented to you? Because it's a physical condition.
Yes.
Do you have a view?
Die oggend wat hulle my gekontak het,
My lord, when I was contacted the morning,
het hulle gesê dat hy wel aan die slaap geword het
I was told that he fell asleep
en dat hulle vir hom 'n bietjie gaan laat slaap
and they let him to go and sleep.
en dan as ek dan later die middag kom,
And when I come in later in the afternoon,
dan sou die beskuldigde seker al paar ure geslaap het.
and I think the accused person would sleep by a few hours.
So ek het aangeneem dat hy gerus het, slaap.
I took it that the person was relaxed and the person had some sleep.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Captain Sukri, we hear it for the first time that my client was taken to rest. We hear it for the first time from you. Who told you that?
Ek hoor dit nou vir die eerste keer aan Captain Sukri dat my kliënt was gevat om te gaan ontspan om te gaan rus. By wie het dit gehoor?
It's nowhere on the record.
Dit is nie op rekord nie. Dit is nergens op die rekord nie.
Het was nergens op rekord geplaas nie, want dit was 'n telefoniese gesprek na my toe.
It was not placed anywhere on record, my lord. I was contacted telephonically.
Who told you that?
Wie het u vir dit gesê?
As ek reg onthou, dan is dit Brigadier Anana.
If I can remember correctly, my lord, it was Brigadier Anana.
Yes, thank you.
If you trust him, why you didn't tell the court when he was testifying?
I'm sorry?
He didn't tell the court when he was testifying.
So,
I'll rephrase my question, my lord.
so you ask this witness why Brigadier Nana didn't tell the court?
I will rephrase my question, my lord.
Yes.
What you were told, Captain, is not true. My client was never taken for any arrest.
Want ons gesê was meneer kaptein is dat my kliënt was geneem om te gaan rus neem.
Ek kan geen kommentaar daarop gee hier.
I have no comment on that, my lord.
Do you know what happened to him, as a matter of fact, between your interaction with him and the earlier interaction with Colonel Clark?
No, my lord, not at all.
Back to 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm sorry?
7 minutes, 30 seconds.
You're going to the yawning?
Yes.
Because we were there before.
This is the last question I'm going to put to this
Okay.
witness regarding yawning. Although yawning appears as a physical condition, but it affects mental capacity.
And then,
Evidence about how yawning is going to affect your mental capacity, because it's stretching it to mental capacity now.
Well, I wasn't sure. I was listening to the question. I wasn't sure whether Ms. Nkabai had finished the question. Because if it stops there, then clearly Ms. Nkabai can choose to go and testify, then you can cross-examine her on that expertise. Okay, we complete the question.
Comma, it will affect the manner in which he will think.
I'm sorry, just repeat.
It will affect the manner in which he will think.
Are you putting that as a matter of fact to the witness?
I am suggesting that if
On
someone...
what basis, Ms. Nkabai? Can you say to a witness, yawning affects the manner in which you think? There's no factual basis for it. In the first instance, if you say to him, I am going to lead evidence that is the effect of yawning, then you're entitled to ask the question. But in any event, even if it was a correct statement of fact, I haven't heard that this witness is an expert to be able to comment on the effects of yawning on either your mental capacity or the ability to think, or in which way your brain works at that time. The last time I checked, he's been a SABC official with 33 years and 10 months experience in SABC. I did not hear that he holds any qualifications or experience in psychology or any medical qualification, unless of course there's something that I don't know because I don't have access to his police statement.
I'll rephrase my question, my lord.
Please.
You said when he yawned, he was tired or sleepy. Now, do you think someone who was tired or sleepy can be in a position to understand the questions that you were going to put to him?
He said the person is
Eerder, ek kan nie sê of hy tired of sleepy was. Ek het vir hom gevra om te ontspan en dit was vir my gewys dat hy terugsit en dat hy relax.
Kan jy die antwoord weer herhaal asseblief? Sorry, my lord.
Ek kan nie sê of hy ek het vir hom versoek om te relax. Ek bedoel, ons gaan nog gesels.
I requested him, my lord, to relax because we're still going to talk.
En hy het teruggesit.
He sat backwards.
Ek het gelees dat hy wel ontspanne is.
I read in this that he's relaxed.
That was not my question, Captain.
Dit was nie my vraag nie, meneer.
Now that he was tired and sleepy, did you think that he is in a position to be able to understand?
Want hy was moeg gewees en slaperig. Het u gedink hy is in 'n posisie om te verstaan?
Ek sal sê ja, Ella.
I'll say yes, my lord.
Can we go to 8 minutes? It's 8 seconds, 8 minutes. 8:08.
8:08.
To be safe, we can start at 8:07.
Is that the place with the qualifications that you're going to? Because I heard the QC standard 5, standard 5. Must we still continue running the tape?
Until 9:09.
9.
My lord.
Okay. So, do you want to ask any questions on 808? That's the point of the qualification.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll ask Captain his observation. Is that 909 already?
.808 was the point where he said he has standard 5. We were there just now. Can you pause? Before we go to the next one, do you have any questions on that one, Ms. Mkabai?
Yes, my lord. When you looked at the video, that part I asked my colleague to play for you. What is it that you've observed?
Die gedeelte waar ek my kollega gevra het om te speel, wat het u opgelet of u gesien?
Ek verstaan nie die vraag nie.
I don't understand the question, my lord.
Do you mean in the demeanor of the accused or anything else? Maybe we must be more precise, Ms. Mukavai.
Miskien deze vraag moet spesifiek wees.
Thank you, my lord. What did you notice from his eyes?
Wat het u opgelet met sy oog of opgemerk met sy
It's an antwoord. With his answer. With his answer. Was it the answer that he gave?
No, from his eyes.
From his
my
eyes,
client's
okay.
eyes.
From his eyes.
Yes, yes.
Wat het u opgelet met sy oog?
Sy oor, dat lyk of het tattoo is, Heerlik.
My lord, his eyes looked as if they are closed.
Did you inquire from him why his eyes looked like closed?
Nee, Heerlik.
No, my lord.
Why?
Hoekom nie?
Ek sê maar net sy oor toegemaak, Heerlik.
Kan u weer sê?
Hy het seker net sy oor toegemaak, Heerlik.
It probably just closed his eyes, my lord.
No, that's not the question. The question is, did you inquire why
Die vraag
his eyes were closed?
Die vraag was, het u gevra hoekom was sy oog toe?
Nee, Heerlik.
No, my lord.
This is the person you are taking a statement for. It's not an ordinary statement. It's a confession.
Dit is 'n persoon, u vat 'n verklaring van hierdie persoon. Dit is nie net 'n ordinêre verklaring nie, dit is 'n bekentenis.
He's closing eyes in front of you.
Hy maak sy oë toe voor u.
You didn't see it necessary for you to ask him.
En u het dit nie nodig gesien nie om hom te vra nie.
Nee, Heerlik.
No, my lord.
From 24 seconds, from 8 minutes, 24 seconds to 9 minutes, 9 seconds, he is sleeping. I don't know whether you've
All
noticed
right,
that.
let's go there.
My colleague can play
From
that for us.
8:24.
8:24. To be safe, 8:23.
So after the question of the highest qualification, I could hear on the video, just pause, I could hear on the video, the captain is dealing with the people who brought the accused there, noting it down. And one can see on the video, he's now not conversing with the accused, but looking in it looks like a diary that he gets the information from, and I could overhear him saying, Sergeant Matiwani. Does it fall within that time frame, Ms. Swanepoel?
Yes, my lord. It's 8:29 at this. I stopped
Okay.
now at 8:29.
So let's run it from 8:24 through to 9:09. Are you saying, just one moment, just so that I know what to look for that period, you say he was sleeping, all right, okay. So we need to look for that on the video. Thank you, just play it. Can you just stop? Where is the tape now?
It's now 8:40.
Is it currently at 8:40?
It is currently at 8:40.
Okay. I just want to, as we go along, on my observations that I can see. So, just before I said stop the tape, so it was in between 8:24 and 8:40. The accused was looking at the camera, turned his head towards the camera, his eyes were wide open, and I got the impression he smiled. Yes, thank you. You may run it. Are you now at 8:40?
9:07.
At 9:09, I mean.
It's 9:07, my lord.
9:07. So I saw the captain turn the page from where he spoke about Matiwani, turn the page, and on the manuscript, that's now the place where and again Sergeant Matiwani and the video operator's details that's been filled in. So there's no interaction with the accused. I cannot see from here whether the eyes are open or not. I cannot see from here on the big screen. Ms. Swanepoel, you close to the...
My observation, they are closed now. A minute or second, not a minute, a second before they were open, and he closed them now. So I can see that the eyes are closed now.
Okay, so it confirms. Right. Okay.
Captain.
So that we've now played the video. Captain, you can turn towards the microphone again. Listen, Kabai is now going to ask, she's going to ask you questions about the portion that we played.
Sure.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Can you explain for this court your observations just in the part we've just played now?
Kan u net aan ons verduidelik net die gedeelte wat dus nou gespeel het wat op u opgemerk het?
Kan ik een vraag vragen?
May I ask a question, my lord?
If you want clarity, yes, what is the question?
Verwijs u op die oomlik of verwijs u wat ek nou sien?
Are you talking about what I'm seeing now or what I saw then?
What we're all seeing or what you've seen then? When
Ek
you were
praat wat
taking
ons-
statement to my client.
Ek praat wat ons nou sien en wat u daai tyd gesien het.
Op daardie stadium, eerlik, was ek besig om te skryf, so ek het nie regtig na die beskuldigde gekyk nie, ook is besig om te skryf.
My lord, at that time I was writing, so I was busy writing, so I did not look at the accused person.
Maar soos ek nou kan sien, eerlik,
But as I can see now, my lord,
is dat die beskuldigde wel sy oë toemaak.
and as that the accused is closing his eyes, so the accused's eyes are closed.
The accused is very closer to you.
I can't hear you.
The accused person is very closer to you.
Maar die beskuldige is baie naby aan u.
Dis
Nader.
And there was no obstruction between you and him.
En er was niks tussen u en hom nie.
I put to you that you have seen that he was sleeping the time you were taking statement from him.
What's clearly visible on the video is that
The witness was writing. His attention was focused on
The witness answered the question that he was writing. He didn't pay attention. Counsel is entitled to put a version to the witness. I have observed the video. I've made a note of what I observed. I'm not going to enter into argument now whether it's factually incorrect or not. If that's the instructions, it's the instructions. And you can deal with the accused in cross-examination on that. You may put the version to the witness, Ms. Nkawai.
I put to you, Captain, when you say today you didn't see that my client was sleeping on the day you were taking a statement from him, I put to you that you are not even misleading the court, you are lying.
As kaptein sê dat u het gesien dat of opgeleid dat na die dag wat die dag van verklaring of bekentenis met kliënt het geslaap nie. U mislei nie net die hof nie, u jok vir die hof of lieg vir die hof.
Eerlijk het geen commentaar op dit.
I have no comment on that, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, my lord.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sorry, my lord. I just have a request just to adjourn just for a short while, just to go to the laboratory, please, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Yankees, you can take over. I think you can take over for the rest of the afternoon now. Ms. Polani had a long stint, and you had a good rest. Thank you, Ms. Nkawai.
From nine minutes, 9:20, 20 seconds, 9 minutes.
9:20.
We can say 9:19 to be safe.
To
9:43, my lord.
9:43. Yes, thank you. Witness is still writing on the video.
Client is sleeping.
Have you stopped?
Video operator, warrant officer JMH code.
Aye. Did you play from 9:20 to 9:43? So during that period, the captain was still writing all the time that video played now before Ms. Swanepoel's hand slipped.
Captain?
Okay.
From 20 seconds, from 9 minutes 20 seconds to 9 minutes 43 seconds.
Kaptein, vanaf 9
What are your observations?
9 minute 20 secondes tot met 9 minute 43 minute. Dit is die waarneming en observasie.
Ek kan nou sien dat sy oor toe is.
I can't hear you.
Is dit wat nou gespeel was?
Yeah.
You're referring to what just been played, huh?
I'm referring to what you observed the day you were taking a statement from my client.
Ek verwys na dit wat die waargeneem het die dag toe my kliënt se bekentenis bekom het.
And yes, it refers to the section that was displayed.
En inderdaad, sy verwys na die gedeelte wat hulle nog gespeel het.
Kan ek net weer daarna kyk asseblief?
Yes.
Can I look? I will look again.
9:20, 9:43. Thanks, Mr. Swanepoel.
Okay. I made an observation that all the time the captain was writing and looking at a document that he was completing for the, yeah. Stop at 9:43. Okay, there we go. So now you saw that 23 seconds. Did you observe on the day anything of note with the accused?
Enig iets kenmerkend
During that period that we played that 23 seconds.
op die verdagte wat die gebaar genoem het en daardie tydperk wat ons sopas waargeneem het?
Op die dag met die afneem nie achtbare, ek het nie na gekyk nie, ek was besig om te skryf.
Not the day of taking the confession, my lord. No, I was busy taking notes.
Maar ek kan wel nou sien dat sy oor toe was.
But now I can see that his eyes are closed.
These notes you were taking, who furnished you with that information?
Hierdie aantekeninge wat u neergeskryf het, wie vir u daardie inligting verskaf? By wie kry u daardie inligting?
Because I see my client is sleeping.
Want ek het opgemerk, my kliënt is aan die slaap.
As jy kyk na die notes dan, dit is heel aan die begin.
If you take a look in the notes, you'll see right at the beginning.
So dit gaan oor die plek waar ons is.
It entails to the place where we are.
En dit gaan oor die persoon wat hom ingebring het.
The person who was brought inside.
En natuurlijk die dag en die tyd wanneer dit gebeur het.
Obviously the day, the time when it happened.
En dit is wat as 'n feit, ek het dit nie van, ek hoef dit nie van die cliënt te bekom nie.
That is a fact that does not have to be furnished by your client to me.
Yes.
Did I hear you correctly, the last part?
Het ek weer reg gehoor, die laaste gedeelte?
When you said it's a fact.
He said it's a fact.
That it does not have to be furnished by my client. Did I hear you correctly?
Dit moet nie verwag van my kliënt om dit vir u te sê, net ek weer reg gehoor.
Dis korrek, achtbare, want dit staan die plek, die distrik, my besonderhede, van waar ek is.
Captain.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Just one moment. We can't go around in circles. Just before that was the question about his level of education. Now, it's clear to me it's on page 2 of the form. Then I can see you are looking at the diary, inter alia, and then you write at the bottom of the page, just after the standard 5 question. Then you turn the page. Then you write at the top of the page. I can see it on the video.
That's correct.
And then you go down that page to a certain point. That's where the video is stopped. Then you, as the screen is frozen there now, you then lift your head and you say something. We didn't play it fully. Now look at your form. Do you have a copy there? It's Exhibit JJ.
Kyk na die vorm, bewyslik jy,
Go to page 2, bottom of the page. What section is that after the Standard 5 qualification?
As far as aan die verklaarder was gebring na my kantoor te.
the declarant was brought to my office.
Do you need that information from the accused? Do you need the client's input for that information? To tell you who brought in the way?
Ek benodig dit nie van die beskuldigde af.
I do not need it from the accused, my lord.
Now turn the page.
Like
Top of the page. Do you need the accused or the client's input as to where you find yourself? Look at the top of the page.
Ja, ek sien hier, né?
Yes, I see that, my lord.
Do you need him for that?
Nee.
No, my lord.
Then the identity of the person who brought him, do you need him for that?
Nee.
No, my lord.
The identity of the videographer, do you need the client's input for that?
Nee.
No, my lord.
I don't understand. We have a video of what happened there. I can see, unless I see different things that counsel sees. And I can actually see when the witness turns the page, and I can see where it looks. I can obviously not see whether somebody is sleeping when their eyes are closed. I'm no expert to say when somebody is sleeping. But that's an issue for evidence. So yes, I've tried to clarify now because we're going in circles on this issue. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. You may proceed. I just want to inform counsel that I had treatment over lunch. I'm feeling okay. And I've arranged for another session of treatment. When we adjourn this afternoon, we will sit until we finish this witness if we can, as long as my health allows me to be in this courtroom. I've told you this morning, this witness has been here for a couple of times from Cape Town. So as long as I can stick it out, and if I need to adjourn for a short period to get another bout of treatment, the paramedics are here, and I've indicated to them when we're done this afternoon, I will take another dose of treatment. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Ms. Sonepul, can we go to 1024?
Is there a range that we go to so that I know where to stop? Is there a range from 10:24 to
10:30, my lord.
10:30?
Yes.
So it's 6 seconds.
For completeness, Ms. Sonepul, can we start at 10:17? 10:17 to 10:31.
That was Adjutant Cohen. Hij is die fotografisch zo de doelers was zeker die woorden dat die zoals van het natuurlijk hoe enthousiast om in de toekomst naar te speed toen was het verstaan
It's clear what was explained there was what appears on page 3 of 26, because the reference is made to Warrant Officer Cohen. Yep. Yeah. Just again looking at the camera. Is that the end of the... Yes, thank you, Ms. Goodbye.
Captain, or on that clip, on the day you were taking statement from your client, what did you observe?
Kaptein, op daardie gedeelte, die dag toe hierdie verklaring met my cliënt bekom het, wat het die waargeneem?
Dit is dieselfde wat ons nog maar heeltyd waarneem hier.
Captain, with all due respect, I can't hear you.
Praat op Jardo. The same that we've been observing all the time, all along, my lord.
I didn't hear the witness.
Dit is ongeveer dieselfde wat ons altyd maar opgemerk het hier.
More or less the same that I've noticed, my lord.
What is more or less the same?
Dat is min of meer dieselfde.
Just a moment. I was going to put his gestures on record when he said it was more or less the same from what we've noticed, and he pointed to the screen behind him. So the gesture doesn't come out in the words on record, and the interpreter didn't interpret the gesture, but I first wanted his words down before I could indicate the gesture, showing with his thumb, left thumb pointing towards the screen behind him. Yes, thank you.
Most of the times, my client looks exhausted.
Die meeste van die tyd kom my cliënt as uitgeput voor,
Stressed,
gespanne,
traumatized,
getraumatiseer,
closing the eyes,
oë toe,
sleepy.
en slaap.
Why did you continue taking the statement in his condition while he was in that condition?
Ms. Nkabai, just one moment. Let me just clarify. There are so many conditions now put to the witness. Captain, do you have any qualifications in the field of making the diagnosis as you've been asked to do?
Still up here.
Not at all, my lord.
The only one that you can observe is closing the eyes.
That's correct.
So what did you notice about closing his eyes? The rest of the question is not allowed because it's asking for an opinion from a witness who is not an expert. Yes. I'm asking you about the closing of the eyes.
Die beskuldigde het dalk moeg voorgekom, agbaar.
The accused appear to be tired, my lord.
Van hy of soos ek aangeneem het hy gerus vir die res van die naweek, van die namiddag.
Is
tyd tot hulle my gebel het tot en met nou.
I had assumed that he rested for the rest of the afternoon until I was contacted, my lord.
But still he appeared tired to you when he appeared before you. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, here.
That is correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Did you notice that most of the time he is closing his eyes and he is sleepy.
Het hy opgemerk dat die meeste van die tyd het hy sy oë toe en hy slaperig of hy is vaak. Het jy dit opgemerk?
Dis korrek hier.
Correct, my lord.
And you didn't bother to make inquiries as to why most of the time you close your eyes.
Jy maak toe nie moeite nie om probeer om te verneem. Hoekom hou jy oë toe?
Nee.
No, my lord.
Now, during that clip, there was only one interaction between the two of you. We asked him a question and he said, "Ja, meneer." Except for the time when he looked at the camera. I'm now referring to the 13 seconds that we've just played. You asked him whether he understood what you explained about the videographer. I could hear it.
That's correct here.
Correct, my lord.
And the only reason I can make it out is because the first time we watched it here, I couldn't hear. But then I watched it in my own time. And he answered you, "Ja, meneer."
That's correct here.
Correct, my lord.
And thereafter he looked at the camera. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kabay.
Now that, Captain, you've noticed that he was tired, closing his eyes most of the time, and he was sleepy. Why you didn't stop taking of the confession?
Kaptein, nou dat hy opgemerk het dat hy die hele tyd sy oë toe, hy kom as vaak voor. Hoekom het hy dan voorgegaan met die bekoming van die bekentenis?
The Afrikaans for most of the time is not heeltyd.
Die meeste tyd. Hoekom het jy voortgegaan? Gegee wat jy gesien het?
Eerder op daardie stadium het ek dit nie die nodigheid geag om te stop nie.
My lord, I did not see the necessity to stop it at the time, my lord.
Thank you.
In your understanding, did you believe, let alone the answers he has given you, did you believe that my client was able and capable to understand the proceedings?
En u begrip sien af van die antwoorde wat my cliënt vir u gegee het. Het u geglo dat hy in staat is, het hy die vermoë om aan te gaan met die
in relationship to his tiredness, his closing of his eyes most of the time, and his sleepiness?
Met hierdie bekentenis, hy slaap, hy is moeg, sy oos toe, het u begryp dat ek maar net voortgaan met die bekentenis.
Dis korrek hier, like.
Correct, my lord.
Mr. Nepal, can we go to 14 minutes?
12 minutes flat or 12 minutes in?
Okay, to be safe, we can say 13:58.
12 flat to up to where?
Up to 14:15.
The video is starting from 13.
I didn't hear you.
Apologies, my lord. The video is starting.
Yeah.
Video is starting from 13:45.
I thought I heard Mr. Kabai wanted to be played from 12 minutes flat.
No, it's fine, my lord. I have no problem.
All right. Captain, how many times have you been here from Cape Town?
Veel keer was die middag geweest vanaf Kaapstad.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
How many times have you been here for this case from Cape Town?
It's only from Monday. Last week when I was here, I slept over.
From how many times did you come down from Cape Town for this case? Why is it so difficult to answer me?
Hoeveel keer het die hof toe om vir hierdie saak, hoeveel keer het die vanaf Kaapstad hof toe gekom vir hierdie saak?
No.
Vijfde dag.
Fifth day.
My first day.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is, everybody could hear that I started coughing again. Takes about 15 minutes max for a full treatment of my own medication that I normally take, but assisted with oxygen. So I'm going to take an adjournment for about 15 minutes. Then we're going to come back. And then we're going to proceed. And the reason I'm making the decision is the witness has been here 5 times, all the way from Cape Town. And I'm going to try and finalize his evidence. Warrant officer, can you find out closer to the, if it gets too late, then you won't be able to go to Malmesbury, where I can detain the accused overnight. In fact, I'm better. Let's continue. If I know that the medical team outside are monitoring the proceedings, and they will see if I can't make it, then I'll go to my chambers and quickly the medication will be administered. The coffee's gone now, so let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Kabai. We're now on page 7 of 26. Did you pause? Is that the spot where we're now at 14:15? Yeah. Yeah. So, did you follow the captain?
Yes, my lord.
You explained the rights, it seems, and then where the video starts running, we can hear him saying, "Ja, meneer." And because of the first question on page 7, that's why I knew that's where we are.
That's correct.
Because you said to him, "Nou dat jy jou regte ken."
Yes.
Good. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
The impression I got from my client from 14 minutes. He looked concerned. He looked worried. He's even looking at what you are writing. He's so concerned.
Eigenlijk bekommerd. Hij is bezorgd wat hij neer schrijft.
Did you believe that? He understood. He understood, I'm sorry, the rights you were explaining to him?
Het was iemand mening of het hij gegloed dat hij zijn rechten verstaan, wat hij aan hem oorgedragen.
Dat is correct. Eerlijk.
Correct, my lord.
But have you noticed from the video
Maar het hij op die video opgemerkt,
the way he looked so concerned and worried?
die manier hoe hij bezorgd, bekommerd voorkomt.
One thing. But we can argue about observations. That's for argument. That's clearly not what's seen on the video.
Yes. I would suggest you rephrase, Ms. Kabai. I am worried at the pace we're going. I hope you can see the worry in my face, Counsel. Proceed, Ms. Kabai. Please rephrase the question.
Did you notice the facial expression
Het is sy gezichtsuitdrukkings
of my client?
waargeneem, my cliënt sy gezichtsuitdrukkings.
When you were explaining his constitutional rights to him?
Toe u vir hom sy grondwetlike regte voorgelees het.
Eerlijk, ek het na hom gekyk en ek het geen rede gehad dat hy kon dit nie mag vra of verduidelik nie.
My lord, I looked at him and I had no reason not to explain to him or ask questions to him.
I didn't. Just repeat your answer, please. Because what I heard and how it was interpreted, I couldn't follow. Maybe I didn't hear right because everybody's mumbling this time of the day. Did you notice his facial expressions when you were explaining his rights? And then you said, I looked at him and I couldn't make out whether you said, but I had no reason to stop or to ask him questions, and it got lost.
Ek het vir hom gevra of hy verstaan.
Ask him whether or not he understands.
Nadat ek sy regte vir hom verduidelik het hier.
After I've explained his rights To him, my lord.
Is that an answer to my question? The question that Mr. Kabai asked, and I've just read it to you. The question was whether you noticed his facial expressions. Did you or did you not?
That's correct.
Correct, my lord.
So please just listen to the question and just answer the question.
Sure.
And then we'll get through it quicker. The moment you start giving lots of explanations, that's not necessary. Okay. But you gave an explanation.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So you looked at him, you also posed him a question. Did you see any need to stop?
No, my lord.
Yes. Thank you. Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Most of the times, my client will wake up only on hearing the voice.
Die meeste van die tyd sal my cliënt wakker word wanneer hy die stem hoor.
On this, I will ask Ms. Swanepoel to play from 1525 to 1555.
1505.
1525, my lord.
25 to
1555.
1555.
Ook kunnen we in algemeen vertellen dat je die mogelijk die maar gevoel maar dat je dan
I couldn't make out which page, Will. Does anybody know which page of the form we were on at that stage?
Was that 1525?
Look like 11.
It was only 30 seconds. Excuse me? Page 11. Okay, that was the question at the bottom of page 7. I couldn't make out what the accused was saying on this copy. Are we at 15:55 already? Okay. So that portion that he was reading now was an explanation of part E, top of page 8. Where he said, you told me this morning in Afrikaans, het gesê wat jy vanoggend. Right, okay, we've got it. Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
From this clip, Captain, what did you observe from my client?
Hier op daai stadium het ek en die beskuldigde ons het gesels sy regte verduidelik.
Maar at that stage, the conversation, discussion,
En hy het daar
the right scheme,
en hy het daarop beantwoord.
and he responded to it.
My Lord, I've got an application to make before this court. I'm aware that the court is concerned about the time Captain was coming to court to testify. My humble request, the court has to balance that with the fairness of the trial. I've been standing 8 o'clock, my Lord. If I continue and I'm tired, that will be prejudicial to my client. I won't focus on my cross-examination and I won't be doing fairness to my client. Having said the above, I humbly request the court to adjourn. I'm tired.
Let me hear from the state. Do you hold any views?
My objections. If counsel indicates they're tired, I can't object.
I understand your position, Mr. Kabai. You've been the only one cross-examining today. You've been on your feet the whole day. You had to juggle between two different witnesses. You may have a seat, Salom.
Thank you.
Anybody objection of starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Will it... Let me just check. I think I'm the only one that come from afar, but for the witness. Let's rather start at 8:30. And the reason for that is, if I want to start at 8, I'm going to hear that people couldn't get their breakfast on time at the establishments where they stay. So we'll rather not start at 8 o'clock. Captain, are you driving up and down from Cape Town? Every time?
That's correct, Commandant, but I don't mind.
I saw you were here this morning before 8. That's why I wanted to start at 8 o'clock. Because when I arrived here this morning, you were already there in the parking area.
That's correct.
If I had my way and it was only my concerns, I would have gone on.
Thank you, my Lord.
But the nature of litigation is that we can't, and we need to be fair as well. Mr. Nkabai was on her feet the whole day, and it's been a long day. We didn't take a proper lunch hour. We took a half an hour, except for the times when I had to go and get some oxygen. So I am going to adjourn. This is an important part of the case. The admissibility of the statements can make or break this case, one way or the other. I don't know what other evidence the state has, so let's rather be cautious. And for that you are being inconvenienced, for which I apologize. But please be here early tomorrow morning. So Warren, there's still enough time for Malmesbury? For this evening. Have you told their counsel? They haven't been told. Right. Is there a reason why it can't be made public where they're being kept?
My Lord, I have from the public view, they said that somebody is watching us, but I can make live play.
All right. So this morning, of course, there was difficulty traveling because of the thick mist that we had. And if the police have to be here that early in the morning, and they even been we caught in it this afternoon. So, because you had the microphone, Mr. Nkabai, I'm going to ask you first, if I detain the accused for tonight in the police cells, do you want to take instructions first?
Yes, my Lord.
Mr. Armser, just check.
Yes, my Lord, I'd like to take some instructions.
Yeah. Just check with him. I know that they don't have all their stuff here. It's overnight till tomorrow. Well, Ms. Nkabai, simply because you had the microphone, so I'm calling you first.
Thank you, my Lord. My client has no objection to
No objection. Thank you, Mr. Haramsa.
Yes, my Lord, after a few seconds, there was no objection.
Good. So, Mr. Van Rhyn, Mr. Appollis, I'm going to detain you in police cells tonight. That's close by, so that we can start on time tomorrow. And because you're going to get very late to the prison now, you know it's after time, lock-up time, and food and so forth. But the warrant officer, the Dowries, will look after you. So don't be concerned about that. We'll have to change the warrants, so you just have to come up, warrant office, so I can change the warrants. In the trial within a trial, is this the last witness or not? In the trial within a trial. I'm talking about only these statements because I'm not sure whether the pointing out falls within or out.
We had thoughts of leaving the evidence of the pointing out, but from what it's emerged, it's clear that that address was already known to the police. We're not going to pursue the pointing outs in the trial, but that's by agreement with counsel.
Yeah. So that's fine. So, Mr. Haramsa, it seems you might have to bat tomorrow.
Yes, my lord, I saw that coming.
And Mr. McAbey, it's subject to how long-winded the prosecutor might be. He might also bat later in the afternoon. If we get to that point by tomorrow afternoon, everybody knows how the wind blows on your own cases. I will hear your argument Friday morning, and I will make a ruling in the afternoon or during the course of the day. So when we come back, we know where we're going next week. So the court will adjourn till 8:30 tomorrow morning. There's something I forgot to ask. Captain, is there a specific need for you to be at your station tomorrow? Okay. I believe that steps have already been taken to address the situation, and we will be dealing with the issue on Monday. It relates to the shooting at the Wynberg Court yesterday. So, thank you. I'll see you in the morning.